1, 2, go. What's up, dudes? How goes it? How snows it? How are we feeling? Did somebody say grids? Is that what I... Did I actually write that? Let me check real quick. Oh no, off the grid stories. Okay, sweet. Yeah, off the grid, just meaning out in the middle of nowhere pretty much. Just 9,000 variations of being out in the woods. But yes, we are reading off the grid stories. It's a popular topic. You like Tron? Does it sound like Tron? But what are you guys up to? What's new? What's happening? I just got back from Baltimore, the city of brotherly murder. Bodymore, the one place that had more homicides in a year than motherfucking Ecuador. It was sweet. It was fucking awesome. No one's even talking about this. Don't sleep on Baltimore. You're gonna miss it. But anyways, what about the biggest pop culture stories that are happening right now? Off the chain stories. We need those. I went to explore the abandoned amusement park in San Diego. How was that? Grandma in the era, please send prayers and blessings. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Fry was also saying about how his mother was in the hospital, so pray for them. It seems like everybody's having a little bit of issues here. The kids ruined my B-Day dinner by being the kids that were screaming for no reason, but I refused to make them iPad kids, so everyone must suffer. No, that's good. I didn't even know it was your birthday, Hannah. Happy birthday. But that's good, yeah. Don't give them a freaking... Just make them do jumping jacks. I don't even know. What were iPads before iPads for kids? Just putting in like a SpongeBob DVD or something like that. Maybe it was a hammer. It's the Mercury retrograde. It's always Mercury. Mercury's always up to no good. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is the dominant entertainment story here tonight. It's opening to roughly $264 million worldwide, including $124.5 million domestically. IMAX alone generated $81 million in theaters, added midnight and early morning screenings to meet demand. The early takeaway is that Nolan's name has become almost as valuable as a major franchise. Has anyone seen it? Is it good? The World Cup became a giant celebrity spectacle. The final featured the tournament's first official halftime show with Madonna, BTS, and Justin Bieber, Shakira, Burna Boy, and the Muppets. Oh, thank God, the Muppets were there. It generated... Or wait, are they calling all those people Muppets? I don't know. It generated huge attention, although some viewers thought the performers were crammed into an overly busy 11-minute show. Robert Smith of The Cure criticized the entire Super Bowl-style concept. Yeah, doesn't really have its place in all of this, but hey, it's hosted in America, you're gonna get the American treatment, where we bastardize it all and commercialize it, whatever. I'm gonna listen to you in the shower, I've been fighting a migraine all day. Oh dang, sorry about that. The US is eliminated, but I mean, wait, did Spain win the World Cup? Yeah, Spain won the World Cup. So Spain... Wait, where's, what's his name? He's from Spain. He's got to be, like, losing his fucking mind right now. Maybe he's jumping around with joy outside. I live in Bodymore next to an apartment complex famous for cartel-connected beheading of 2 children. Jesus Christ. That's terrifying. Oh, man, dude. Violence is just... I don't know. It's so weird. You'll never hear about those kinds of stories. There's always like certain aspects of like violence the news talks about, but they never talk about just like all of the inner city violence. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I almost feel like not talking about inner city violence is almost like more offensive, I guess, you know, in the sense that like, it's like they don't care. Like nobody gives a shit about just like how incredibly fucked up it all is. Anyways, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding is still feeding the celebrity news cycle. Don't care about that. The entertainment industry is mourning Sam Neill and Brendan Fricker. Who's Brendan Fricker? Jurassic Park star Sam Neill, we knew that. Rest in peace, brother. His agent subsequently said the cause was pneumonia, which is kind of crazy. That's like the second celebrity this year related to pneumonia. Oscar-winning Irish actress Brenda Fricker, also remembered as the Pigeon Lady in Home Alone 2, died at 81 following a period of ill health. Damn. Rest in peace, Pigeon Lady. The original Dark Crystal movie was made back in the 80s. It was a good one. The Dark Crystal was his opus? Who? Was that Christopher Nolan? I never liked soccer, but it's opened a lot of people's eyes to how great this country is, and what you hear about fear-mongering news is not the real America. I mean, America's fucking massive, right? It's the landmass is greater than that of Europe, right? So it's like it just covers like such a vast distance that the hyperfixation upon like one thing, once again, kind of gives you a complete ignorance of the other. I met the voice actors for Red Dead Redemption on Friday. Super awesome and kind guys, and had conversations with them, just humble dudes. That's awesome. Dutch. God damn it, Dutch. Hey, Arthur. What do I like to read? Just spooky stories. Just spooky anthology stories that I put on my channel. But yeah, anybody new to the stream, we're just going to be starting here in less than 5 minutes. We're going to be recording tomorrow's stories for Off the Grid. Elon Musk is black in the Netflix movie. Is he? Makes sense. There's so much of it. Which one do you focus on and why it's really fucked that no one cares, but it's true that stories the news choose, they keep attention? Yeah. Are you going to watch the new Spider-Man next week? I didn't realize it was coming out, but I don't think I saw the last one. I'm kind of all like superhero movied out. There really hasn't been anything, much of anything I've been like super excited for as far as like movies go in like a while. I don't talk about inner city gun violence because I don't want you to think about all the gun violence in schools, so I'd be more willing to agree. I mean, yeah, makes sense. I mean, and then as far as the definitions go as well, just kind of fudge the definitions around to, I know, it's so strange. All of it's so odd. We've talked about it before. Coloring a horror scene tonight. That sounds nice. There's another significant Saturday Night Live departure. Chloe Fineman announced she was leaving after 7 seasons. She said it felt like the right time as she reportedly moving toward film and Netflix projects. Oh, like actually making money and not sticking... What? Who the fuck is this? Chloe Fineman. See, you know it's bad whenever, like, someone on SNL has been with them for 7 years and you literally have no fucking clue who this person is. I swear I would, like, tangentially see, like, Keenan from Keenan and Kel and, like, other people, and I don't even know. How do you submit a story? You can submit one at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. The beheadings actually made national headlines when it occurred back in 2005. Oh, okay, well, that's good. You saw Odyssey on Friday. It was decent. Yeah, my friend said it was mediocre, and he, like, loves every movie. Like, he loses his mind. I honestly expected him to be like, it was epic, because he says a lot of stuff is epic. But he said it was mediocre, so I'm like, all right, it must really suck if it's like, if he didn't get excited about it. Evil Dead Burn, you gonna see it? You know, I've never been really much of an Evil Dead fan. I don't dislike it. But the last I've seen all the previous Evil Deads, and the last one was kind of just, I don't know. Does that SNL will be funny again? No, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, they can't really be funny. Like, everybody's brains are desensitized towards watching, like, I don't know, Instagram Reels. How are you going to compete with Instagram Reels whenever you're, like, a corporately owned sort of, like, semi-propaganda slot machine, you know, going through, like, a major network? Like, it's like an absolute impossibility to like have anything that's like going to be like that funny. Music-wise, Future currently has the major chart headline. His album, The Real Me, debuted at number 1, while the Rolling Stones and the Heated Rivalry soundtrack also entered the top 10. Next week's larger releases include Charlie XCX's music, fashion, film, and Tyla A-pop. Oh shit. YouTube creators, the important story is the renewed focus on mass-produced content. YouTube has clarified that generic template videos, repetitive or emotionally manipulative shock content, and fake AI experts discussing health, legal, financial, and political issues may be ineligible for monetization. Crucially, YouTube describes this is a clearer wording around existing enforcement, not an entirely new policy. Your narrated, edited stories with original performance production are fundamentally different from the automated... What the hell? Does it know about me? Does it know my existence? Anyways, guys, this past... We'll just get into the spooky mood here. But this past weekend, I went to see Stavi. Do you guys know who Stavi is? The funny guy who was part of the Come Town trio featuring Nick Mullins and Adam Friedman. The comedy podcast. And then they kind of all went their separate ways, sort of, to pursue further comedic adventures. Anyways, Stavi was filming his Netflix special that comes out September 9th at, I believe it was the Lyric, called the Lyric in Baltimore. I went to that. The Greek comedian, yeah, he's Greek. Kind of looks like it kind of looks like Wario a little bit. Like if Wario wore a tracksuit or something. But yeah, it was fun. I went to a place called Jimmy's, which was like a kind of a Baltimore seafood restaurant. It was great. Got nice and toasty there, and then went to the show. And the show was good. Isn't Stavi the guy who got his fingers cut off by the lawnmower in that one movie? I don't know if Stavi got his fingers cut off. I have no idea, honestly, what movies he's been in. I know he was in Tires over on Netflix. But yeah, it was pretty funny. It's kind of weird though. It's like sometimes when you see live comedy, your brain almost like, if you're not like losing your shit laughing, you almost like find yourself in this like sort of strange like musical rhythm where the beats of like the comedy parts, you know what I mean, that they say, you almost find yourself like ha 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 ha, like you almost just are like letting out strange noises because the crowd is also doing it. That's not to say that he didn't say a lot of funny shit. That's just like, I don't know, like sometimes your brain just like sort of turns off. And then there was like one guy, like he was talking about like that Mangione guy, you know, the one that killed the CEO of the, insurance company. And somebody in the audience started like yelling something, and he's like, all right, get that fucking dude out of here. Get that fucking guy, get him gone, get him out of here. Fuck you, dude. What do you even care? What do you even care? You know, as he's like low-key kind of like encouraging political violence. That's not to say I don't really like I understand like if you had to watch your mom suffering forever and, you know, you want to like put the blame on somebody and then it results in that kind of stuff. It's not good. And I would never encourage that, but it's just funny, like it seemed like a lot of his comedy kind of revolved around that, like sort of, that sort of thing, like just being sort of like angry into the wind about something political, and then, you know, being a somewhat like he joked, and he's like, all right, guys, don't clap too much. They're going to think this is a Bernie rally, which is true. I mean, it kind of gets there. I don't know. I don't give a fuck what anybody jokes about or makes fun of or whatever. But it was just funny because there was a guy in the audience who started yelling. But it seemed really staged because then the guy was like, fuck you. He's like, why do you even care? And he was like, because I knew the guy. I knew him. And he's like, I guess he knew the CEO. I don't know, it's just so random. And then they like kicked him out. Mangione came from a very wealthy family. His grandfather practically ran Baltimore. Is that where that happened? In Baltimore, Mangione? Just need to read a comment that those who oppress their family will join oppression groups. Just read a comment that those who oppress their family will join oppression groups. What do you mean? So yeah, with Mangione coming from a wealthy family, you're saying like he could have gotten some assistance or whatever. So was the grandfather the father of his mother or the father of his father, and then was the family together? Navajo says hello. What's up, Navajo? How we doing? I don't know. Who fucking knows? With the man. Well, you know, I guess we could look it up. No, you know what? I don't even. You guys fill me in. You guys are gonna be my news. Be my news. Be my filler inners. Anyways, guys, 3 off-the-grid stories tonight. Oppressive, what about depressive? Well, I didn't really understand what they were saying. It says, so this sounds like a command, right? Just read a comment. Okay, that's a command that those who oppress their family. Okay, so I'm thinking in the direction of the insurance, like decliners. Okay. Comma. Will joins oppression groups question. I don't know. The sentence just doesn't make sense to me. So it's, you know what I mean? No disrespect. I just don't understand what you're talking about. In the late 19th century, the legendary Irish playwright Oscar Wilde wrote, "There are only 2 tragedies in life. One is not getting what you want, and the other is getting it." This is a story about the second kind of tragedy. So my name here is not important. All you need to know is that for many years, I worked as a journalist in my native Brazil. I grew up under the military dictatorship, and while I was never a communist myself, I was greatly inspired by the story of a man called Vlado. Originally from Croatia, Vlado was a Marxist who moved to Brazil to become a journalist, and after the military took power, he was a constant thorn in their side. In the end, they faked his disappearance and presumably ended his life. Words alone made them so weak that they took his life. Oh. Words alone made them so weak. What Mangione didn't solve anything. United Healthcare sucks. They're denying me unnecessary tests. Yeah, I mean, like, I get where they're coming from the perspective of, like, if you being denied feel in some weird sort of way, like, you know what I mean? Like some sort of revenge story justified for, but I mean, I just think it's like misguided, you know, it's like a misguided degree of like anger. Because I mean, killing people never really gets you anywhere. All it really does is get you labeled a terrorist, and then like, you know, they change some security around so that never happens again, and then I don't know, maybe they go on like a fucking deny all single mothers healthcare claims spree at that, but you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, nothing is really accomplished. It would almost have made more sense if you played the long game and like went to law school or something like that. Are these all new stories? These are, yep, these ones we're reading right now are all brand spanking new. Pretty good, long-time listener. Keep doing what you're doing. Love the stories and show. Big fan. Thank you, Navajo Joe. Good to see you, bro. And yes, soccer, aka football, is over. Hi from Northern Ontario, Canada. I think most Americans are nuts. I blame it on the heat down there. Well, that's the thing, is like, it seems like everywhere all over the world just gets like Western media, right? Everything is kind of like, in an unfortunate way, self-centered around the central narrative that America is the main character. America's the main character. All you ever hear about is America, America, America. So you're only ever going to see the most insane shit because that's what sells, right? So it's just, you know, even being from Canada, which is like relatively close and very, very similar in culture, for the most part. You know, you're just going to get like a false interpretation of what America really is. I mean, the good parts, that is. Joel, you'd be great at telling spooky campfire stories. Yeah, I should give it a try. The mayor was talking about banning suppressors, but they already banned suppressors in NYC, and they didn't even know enough about their own laws, so it definitely happened in NYC. Yeah, I don't even remember any of it. What's up, Holly? Perspectives. Yeah. Anyways. Words alone made them so weak that they took his life. And it's no exaggeration to say that inspired a whole generation of young journalists, myself being one of them. The way up was hard work and very boring sometimes. I mean, no disrespect to the good people I reported on, but when you sign up to cover corruption and scandal, having to cover which block party served the best street food gets a little tedious and very fattening. I had a lot of fun and met a lot of great people too, but I wasn't truly fulfilled in my profession. I wanted my work to help bring positive change to the country, but getting paid to write about politics at the time was completely impossible. My future laid down two... Hey, Rocker Red, what's up? Good to see you. Oh my god, dude, I had a creepy thing happen 2 nights ago, and it was very odd. So 2 nights ago, I was, I went to bed maybe like midnight, 1 a.m., closer to 1, I would say, and then I woke up at like 3 a.m. But like the way it okay, I kind of ruined the story already. But like I have, the Alexa in my room, and when you whisper to Alexa, you're like, Alexa, and then it's like, it turns blue. I'm like, what time is it? And it was just like, it's 3 a.m. And just the way it said that, like whispering it back, was just like so creepy. And I immediately was in this like sort of like just negative headspace of like, oh fuck, it's exactly 3 a.m. and I'm like waking up in a very mysterious way where normally I would have been like asleep for at least, 4 to 6 hours or whatever. And then as I'm laying there, I'm thinking to myself like, okay, this isn't anything like creepy. It's just normal. Your body wakes up. It's probably your liver doing some weird shit, or who fucking knows, cortisol, blah, blah, blah. And then like as I'm thinking like I'm fine, everything's cool, all of a sudden like this was many minutes later, and like the Alexa just like randomly kind of like boops on its own, like boop, like it's adjusting volume, and I'm like, what the fuck, and it never like just like makes a boop on its own accord, and then I was just like, I don't know, that like kind of like prompted me to basically like, all right, fuck it, maybe I just need to like do some prayer. And, I was like, so I just like prayed for a while in bed or whatever by myself. And that made me feel better. Because, sometimes you're kind of just like, well, I'll just make a positive out of the negative here. And, but then eventually after I fell asleep, my door is always closed because my cat comes in, he runs in and out, and like he's nocturnal, right? So he's like, thinks we need to be up and going and hunting and all that kind of bullshit. But for me, as a human, I like to sleep at night. And so the door was closed, and like as I was sleeping there, after like an hour or two, I felt something like a cat, on 4 legs, very light and like, petite little creature, walk by. Like I feel its feet like walk across my, like next to my head on the pillow. Like something just like slowly was like, by it or whatever. And I don't know, that was like, it woke me up because it was like something literally walked by my head on my bed, but Pradeep, my cat, could not have gotten in. And so, by the way, why is 3 a.m. the witching hour anyway? I don't know. Some people say it's because Jesus was crucified at 3 p.m. And so Saturnalia, he does like everything the opposite or whatever. Everything's inverted, like upside down cross, inverted, time, everything's inverted, right? Just like murdering of the innocent, blah, blah, you know, blood drinking, all, you know, anything to just be the complete opposite of what God would presumably want, you know. It was the CIA that want to see if you sleep or not. I mean, yeah, they're always checking. I mean, it could be, I guess. I mean, I've heard that they might have technology where they can, like, you know, transfer consciousness through the form of like an orb or something like that, but would walk past your head. I don't know, dude. It certainly wasn't Pradeep since the door was closed, so I genuinely have no fucking clue. 5G micro cell nodes can see you through your walls, bro. Makes sense, man. I mean, technology is just like so far beyond my comprehension. I'm sure it would like make our heads literally explode at some point. Not today, but whenever they want to blow our heads up, I'm sure they can just do it. Lynn, thank you for the gifter. Welcome. Rares Dinu. Rats are fun pets. Yeah, I bought my friend's daughter's rats, and the rats are so cute. They're like literally so nice. These nice little beings that just like sit in your hand like a fucking, basically like a little cat. I once felt something walk behind me on my bed. I was laying down. I reached in my hand back, touched my cat, and it wasn't my cat. It was like a giant wild rat. God, I hope it's not a fucking wild something. Joe, would you rather transfer your consciousness to a hard drive or cryogenically freeze yourself? I would rather none of it, to be honest. You know, the hard drive, the hard drive's just a copy, right? So it's never really you. It's basically going to be like a form of you being tortured forever, kind of like that game Soma, which wouldn't be great. You open the door to the darkness when reading and listening to paranormal stories. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything flows from it. Yeah, that's what, honestly, I'm not even joking when I say I stopped a little bit of like watching the spooky videos from, I kind of want to ask Bizarre Bub, you know what I'm talking about, the guy we watch when we watch like spooky videos with ghosts. I kind of want to like ask Bizarre Bub in some, maybe he'll hear this at some roundabout way, but if anybody knows him, I'm genuinely curious for him, having watched so many like ghost videos, if he himself also has like ghost interactions or stuff that's kind of creepy for him. Because whenever I would watch his videos, I almost felt like strange things would occur. Maybe I was just more open-minded to it because of being paranoid or whatever, but I kind of felt like I stopped reading ghost stories as well because it made me feel kind of like open to that stuff. And so who knows? I mean, I'm kind of getting back into it because people love it. People fucking love fucking weird-ass paranormal shit. Pet rats are good. Wild rats the size of possums are horrifying. Yeah. Imagine a brain chip malfunction and you see non-stop ads the whole time. Yeah, until you have like a seizure. So no more Nexpo videos? What do you mean Nexpo videos? Did he quit? Or you ask, is this unrelated or related to me? Nexpo. Let's see. 3 months ago, Darkwood. Darkwood is a very, very scary game. I saw that title. If you ever get a chance to play Darkwood, it's great. If you really want to be spooked. My comments don't make much sense. I'm very weird and stoned all the time. Oh, it's okay. No worries. Okay, hey, Nava Joe with the 5 Navajo money. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you. Did you get to watch the Skinwalker video at all? Because Satan wants them open to him. This. Yeah, fuck, man. I don't know. Wouldn't be. But I guess, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know how to proceed, per se. You do not have to download your consciousness here. I've been doing this YouTube thing for a while now. You can be recreated from what we know. Yeah, I mean, I imagine AI is just going to get better as time goes on, and all of the live streams plus my narrations basically can, at some point, completely recreate a version of myself and my personality and all that kind of stuff. I mean, even if it's just like a decade or 2 decades from now, it's probably going to be a fucking nutball. My roommates think our house is haunted. I've been here 234 years and haven't noticed anything. Yo, Pats Nation, we were just talking about you, bro. You're probably, yeah, smiling ear to ear once Spain has won the World Cup. Bringing it home, baby. Bringing it. You've brought it home. It's there. Dude, I can't imagine. What are the streets of Spain like right now? Did I watch the final? I saw the highlights, but that's amazing. Remember, greater is he who is in you than who is in the world. I think a video has however much power you give it. If it's just a video, it'll just be a video. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Okay. The way up was hard work and very boring sometimes. I mean, no disrespect to the good people I reported on. Wait, did I? Oh, yeah. What's up, Alex? I mean, no disrespect to the good people I reported on, but when you sign up to cover corruption and scandal, having to cover which block party served the best street food gets a little tedious and very fattening. I had a lot of fun and met a lot of great people too, but I wasn't truly fulfilled in my profession. I wanted my work to help bring positive change to the country, but getting paid to write about politics at the time was completely impossible. My future laid down two paths, football or crime, and in my foolishness I chose crime. The dictatorship liked us reporting on crime, especially things like murder and robbery, because it made people scared. And long story short, painting the people they disappeared as murder victims put pressure on the police to solve the crimes. They couldn't because their killers were the dictators, but this put a kind of subtle pressure on them and proved a safe form of social activism. And that's how I came to be investigating the actual murder, not just disappearance, of a man named Rodrigo. Now, without saying too much, Rodrigo's killer was never found. But years later, ballistic analysis showed the prime suspect were two hitmen, improvised, imprisoned. Oh shit, Box of Sorrows, what up? Welcome back for 55 months. Thank you. Haven't made it to a stream in a while, sadly. Sorry about that, but I'm glad to see you now. You're sick of hearing about the World Cup, Amber? Well, don't you worry. It is over, baby. It's over. Just wait until the rogue AI. Yeah, that's what people are saying, is that, like, we have a few different, like, false flag anticipations that could probably occur. One being, like, something to do with, like, stupid fucking aliens or whatever, right? They could also do some degree of, like, terroristic attack from the nation of Iran, whatever it might be. It could be, like, a cyber attack. It could be chemical warfare. It could be something, even sleeper cell type concepts or whatever. And then they also have the idea of like a rogue AI, showing up and, I don't know, getting to the point where all you can really do to defeat it is another AI, but then that AI that eventually like has to replace all the leaders because all of them are like corrupt and evil and can't be trusted. I mean, it's still, the AI that runs everything is still going to be run by like a specific cabal of individuals that dictate orders to it, Howdy, Joel's checking in from Delaware beaches. Such a nice night out. I'd sleep outside if I didn't work tomorrow. You should still do it. Little Joel is next to me now. I got approved, but he's sleeping long day today, but I'm happy and thankful. Also, I see your astronaut is reading the latest issue of Let's Read, where I get a copy. That's a good question. We should start a comic book called Let's Read. Soccer, I remember grown men kicking an inflatable ball around a field. It's pretty sweet. And Lynn, thank you for the 5 gifters to Stasia Ebling, Kenosa, Nordwest, Lord Fuckwad, and Dragon Mummy. Welcome. Welcome. Rogue AI is definitely one of the least likely that you mentioned. Yeah, which one do you think is most likely? Because it really does seem like... I remember it was like gas around here got down to like 385, and... And I know for a fact that this conflict is just never going to end with Iran. It's just going to keep going till things escalate, right? And then it jumps right fucking back up to like 430 or something like that. It's just ridiculous. I'm planting mass amounts of bamboo under data centers that are under construction. Honestly, that's probably the best way to do it. What they need to do, people need to find... I don't even know, like some sort of strange frequency wave that just like interferes with everything, that just can't be stopped. Maybe it like pulsates out from some type of, like a particular type of rock, almost like a radiation rock of sorts, but it can just be like placed near the data. Well, I'm not suggesting this at all, of course, but you know what I mean, like, and it just interferes with any sort of like transmission of signaling or any transfer of data between the data centers. And then it would just be next to impossible to, well, I guess you would be able to find it pretty quick with like radiation scanners or something, but you know what I mean though. You started a true crime channel, House of Heidi? Nice. How's that going? And Box of Sorrows, thank you for the 5 gifters to Lou, Fitzy, Jason Bett, Nicola, and O. Sydney. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content, which I think we're going to be recording bonus content next weekend, so stay tuned for that. I'm still waiting to see if the prophecy about 2 aircraft carriers sinking comes true. That would be the prelude to the alien invasion predicted by MJ Killer. Yeah, I did see that too. It's because it was something. Because the reason people like think 4chan, right? That's it. All like originated from like 4chan, and like, but a lot of people say like 4chan is like a sort of, you know, Israeli honeypot type scenario where, you know, they already, where what's his name, like Epstein and various others were kind of like operating, like they were even talking about like Epstein was the one that helped coordinate the creation of the psyop of Q, like QAnon, because it helped to kind of like placate the, you know, more conspiratorial right-leaning individuals because, you know, like trust the plan, all that kind of stuff, and instead of actually getting involved in politics or making any sort of like legitimate change, they're just like, well, we'll just kind of run a parallel belief system to like Christianity where it's like trust the plan, trust the whatever. So the fact that there were like predictions on 4chan as well discussing that eventually there's going to be like 2 aircraft carriers that get destroyed off the coast of Iran, and then that's going to be, you know, a it's going to justify a ground invasion from America into Iran, and then it's going to be a catastrophic failure. You're going to see like, you know, people's sons of America, you know, have died, but then they do it again, and then it's like successful or something like that. But then it like basically over the years it continues to escalate until like, you know, obviously if we do a ground invasion, then it's like, you know, probably around that time I imagine, then they're kind of like predicting that like China and, you know, invades Taiwan, and then we're in, you know, intertwined with that, and obviously the Ukraine war and the fucking Russia war starts to pop off, and basically once like a nuclear exchange occurs, which like, you know, kills a lot of people and brings everyone to their knees, then the aliens, which I guess are actually like, you know, human reverse engineered technology, whether it's like interdimensional or whatever, they come up from the ocean for whatever reason, I guess under the idea that like Earth is more of like a, I don't know, contained sort of zoo or whatever, but they come up from the ocean, and then they say like, oh, they stopped, you know, the nukes and blah, blah, blah. And then everybody like, then they sit there and tell everyone like, actually, we've created you long ago, and that there is no like Abrahamic God or all that kind of stuff, and that you should trust in the lotus flower religion of the aliens. You know, they're going to like have a lotus flower, and that's like the new symbol for the one world religion that everyone has to believe. And, you know, then they're going to have like, I don't know, some AI to watch over everybody, and it's like the beast system. I don't know, it's all just fucking crazy, and it's like you go too far deep into any of this shit, and it's absolute bonkers. But it does make some sense if you wanted to bring everyone under like one, you know, universal governmental control. All the infrastructure's getting there with like AI, right? To like monitor everything we do, everything we say, blah, blah, blah. But you would just need like some sort of external threat, and that external threat probably would be, you know, alien-esque. But why would they do that? All while having technology to create a whole biosphere. Sorry, I don't quite understand that question. That sometimes it's best not to overthink it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and then the aliens will tell us to trust the plan as well, yeah. Just constantly, everyone will tell you to just like sit and watch the... Get your popcorn ready. Get your popcorn ready, because popcorn's really yummy. You're not fooling me, Joel. This is the same prediction you made, but without the World Cup. That's true. That's so true. Guys, don't listen to me. Everything I say is for entertainment purposes only. I just like to listen. This channel is specifically devoted to filling your head with fear. And sometimes that fear needs to extrapolate itself out into the real world. And the more scared you are, the more loosh I can harvest from you from my YouTube channel. I'm harvesting all of your loosh as we speak. Would you ever go on a trip to another planet if it was offered to you? I guess I wouldn't want to go to Mars and like, and it'd be like some cold, shitty, fucking desolate post-nuke situation. I mean, I have heard people talk about like there being, you know, civilizations that exist under the, like, underground in Mars or whatever. Would I want to go see them? I don't really know. I remember like hearing about like, you know, the teleports that can get you to Mars, and just these like insane stories about like teleporting to Mars and then just like giant insects coming out to the top, you know, to the surface of Mars, and just absolutely like, it was, I don't even know what the fuck it was. It was this one dude. He said him and like a young Obama and like other ones. I think he was from Seattle, and he said he was going to run for president. This was like way back in the day. I forget what his fucking name was, but he had talked about like basically kids were the only ones that could go through like teleportation portals and all that kind of stuff. And that him and some other kid like went through these portals, and like one of the kids was just like picked up by an insect as soon as he got to Mars and just like dragged into like some hole. I don't know. Sometimes like getting into the conspiracy stuff and listening to all those like all that crap is more just like it's just fun. It's just sci-fi entertainment, you know. I mean, maybe it's a little bit true. Who knows? Strauss Outdoors, welcome back for 9 months. Gestating in the Buttersock cult. But if an alien is advanced enough to get here from light years away, they're so advanced that they would need absolutely nothing from us. Well, that's what, yeah, people also say that the aliens could be like us from the future, and hence why, or they could be like interdimensional, sort of like demoniac beings or whatever, is, you know, obviously people speculate on that, and that they're just trying to like deceive us. You know, the alien concept is a deception of sorts, you know, to turn away from the Almighty or whatever. I don't ever want to even go to space, let alone another planet. I'm scared to fly since my last flight to Mexico and back. I'm so good on that. You have a bad flight to Mexico? Perceiving the world must be a weird experience when you don't know how anything works. Yeah, it's tough. That sounds rude saying that. Do you know how everything works? Do you know how like every single thing works? It's just hierarchy, right? It's just it's a continued process of like controlling the system sciences and like understanding how the hierarchies work. And once you can control those system sciences through their hierarchies, which is just how humans operate, you should be able to hijack it, right? That's how you know, don't they do that through hostile takeovers of companies and infiltration through compromise and spying, and, you know, isn't that what they've been doing for forever? Without saying too much, Rodrigo's killer was never found. But years later, ballistics analysis showed the prime suspect were two pickmen. But years later, ballistic analysis showed the prime suspects were two hitmen, imprisoned following a gangland murder. But that brand new data also showed that the pistol which killed Rodrigo was the same one that killed quite a prominent corporate attorney. Now, the police either hadn't seen the connection or refused to, but when I looked into what the attorney had been working on before he was killed, what I found was shocking. I discovered that a huge lawsuit was about to be filed against one of Brazil's biggest logging companies pertaining to the violent persecution of Amazon. Jeez, why do I say things like that? Everything, no, that'd be silly, but yeah, it does sound rude, but I'm just kind of an egg-headed jerk, I guess. That's fine. I mean, I'm honestly, I'm pretty jerky sometimes too. Because I think it's you know what I mean? Like, we as people, we want to like sit here and think we know how it all works, but I think it's a lot more reasonable to understand, or at least admit, that it's almost an impossibility to know exactly how things transpire unless you're like, you know, in the background seeing how the eggs are made, coming right out of my butt. I could get any job if I knew how everything worked. Maybe you could figure it out. Joe, if we have the technology, would you prefer the entire ocean or space? Oh, like exploring it? It would be really fun to just like, if you remember that one vehicle, and I guess I've heard that they've had these as well, but the one that, you know, it's like you go from space into the Earth's atmosphere, and now you're like within Earth, and then it can go into the ocean. And just like seamlessly, just like, you know, kind of like Star Wars Episode 1 when they go see Jar Jar Binks' people or whatever. Like, that would be fucking sick. To just like zoom around everywhere super fast. And just like feel nothing. Like have no like gravitational influence upon anything that you do, or your mass isn't affected and all sorts of crazy shit. I'm in an astronaut suit. It's true. And I guess that's the weird thing about my astronaut suit, is that like even I was misled in thinking that my avatar was actually a space astronaut, but in reality, this is a little bit of trivia that you're gonna want to know this, folks. My avatar is actually a man in a submarine suit, and he's at the bottom of some type of waterway. So that's cool. But the ocean is neat. I discovered that a huge lawsuit was about to be filed against one of Brazil's biggest logging companies, pertaining to the violent persecution of Amazon tribespeople who lived on land the company wanted. I started researching the connections between the company and the criminal underworld, and without saying too much, I found what looked to be an irrefutable one. My editor realized how big the story was. He knew my life would be in danger if I wrote it, and he knew the paper didn't have the resources to protect me if I did. And so instead, he contacted a friend of his, and this is where the story gets crazy. My editor's old friend ran a much bigger newspaper in the state capital. State capital. Scotland in the house. What's up, Jamie? Jamie. Fucking Jamie. My editor's old friend ran a much bigger newspaper in the state capital, one that would be very interested in running a story about corporate murder. But he wasn't the only one, which is how a very prominent Brazilian musician stepped in and offered to house me in his country retreat while I wrote the article that would expose the corruption. It was a very generous offer, and one that I had no choice but to accept, especially since he was offering me half of his security team to keep me safe at his expense. It was very much a whirlwind in that respect. Everything moved so fast, and with such big names being thrown around, and then before I knew it, I was being driven deep into the Amazon to spend a week working in solitude, but more importantly, safety. Because if the megacorps would kill a low-level worker like Rodrigo to keep their dirty secrets from the public, there's no telling what they would do to me. After a long car ride into the jungle, I had to travel by motorboat up the river for several hours. Our singer's retreat was located in an area that was not accessible by road and was what was known as Casa de Caboclo. Taking a picture of 50,000 kilometers on my Mustang Bullet pulled over. What? What the flurp? Yeah, I haven't been sleeping very well at all, though, and I don't quite know why that is. Maybe something's fucked up with me. Caboclo. Caboclo. Casa de Caboclo. Is it Casas with the S at the end, or is it just Casa? Casa mi su casa. Casas. Oh, it is Casas. Okay. Uranus is interesting just because of how it's tilted on its axis so hard. Yeah, because it doesn't follow anything else. Do you think, like, what do you think happened there? Miller, welcome to the Buttercell Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, friend. Our singer's retreat was located in an area that was not accessible by road and was what's known as Casas de Caboclo. These are simple wooden homes built on stilts at the edge of a clearing and with a thatched roof and open sides covered by screens. Now, I was aware that I'd be living in such a place while writing my article. The singer said it was where he went after long periods on tour so he could decompress and bring himself back down to earth. But as was explained to me, humbling himself involved living with no electricity, no telephone connection, and only a primitive sort of well from which to draw drinking water. It was completely off the grid, as people might say today, and while I knew that living there would prove a challenge, I felt safe, and that counted for a lot. Now, for the most part, the reason I felt so safe was because of how isolated and secluded I was. The surrounding area was dense rainforest with tall trees, thick undergrowth, and vines so thick that it made some places impassable. The ground was constantly wet and muddy, which made life unbearable at times, but the sounds of the jungle were incredible. You could hear birds and insects and howler monkeys calling throughout the day, but at night, the jungle truly came alive. The Amazon is like a Rio favela, a nocturnal place, slow and humid in the daytime, but wild once the sun goes down. Some nights it was so noisy that I found it impossible to sleep, especially when I could hear something screaming in mortal agony after being ambushed by a jaguar. They'd scream and then suddenly, nothing, as the beast sank its teeth into its victim's neck and silenced it forever. The river ran behind the house, wild, brown, and slow-moving. Locals used it for transport, fishing, and bathing, and while it took me a full week before I felt brave enough to wash in waters containing kangaroo, the tiny parasitic fish rumored to swim up men's urethras, I mostly used the river as a relaxing backdrop for my daily exercise. This consisted of an hour's walking after lunch, sandwiched by 2 long writing sessions, after which I'd return to the small wooden table and chair and continue compiling the evidence into the article I hoped would change my country for the better. Now, the isolation helped with focus, but the heat and insects made it tiring, so to energize myself for the afternoon writing session, I'd take a walk by the riverbank and sometimes take a dip to cool off. I didn't bathe on the occasion in question. I simply walked by the riverbank enjoying the solitude and listening to the sounds of the jungle. But in an instant, those sounds suddenly changed. It wasn't uncommon to hear howler monkeys hooting and screeching in the jungle. Day or night, you'd hear them calling out whenever a predator was nearby, and you could always tell when that predator was a big cat because the monkeys would go crazy up there in the trees and would take flight. Wait, howler monkeys? Take flight? Or just like running? Got a little insomnia, Joel. Try exhausting yourself before sleeping, like working out or drinking might help you sleep better. Drinking. Yeah, you know, I usually work out like 4 days a week, so maybe like the days that I'm not sleeping great, it's like a lack of a workout, or I mean, I guess that would that make some sense? Let's think. Because that was, did I work out Thursday? I don't think I did because it was very smoky and the workout got canceled. So maybe that was why I'd like woken up going into Friday morning, or I don't know. Anyways. Anything else going on? My first live. Hello, Joe. I've been listening for years. Love every video. Thank you, Katie. Good to see you. Yeah, for anybody new, we just record the stories and talk about just literally anything and everything. If you have any questions and want to try to divert my attention in some very controversial direction, feel free to. I love to smell my own farts, aka listen to myself talk. Just kidding. Alright, we're doing permanent daylight savings. I know, I'm excited about that. Hope your son is doing well and moved back to college in literally 2 weeks. Summer went so fast. I know, it freaking flew by, dude. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's just not fair. You told us about the guy who smoked cigs and did shoulders. Yeah, he's a beast. A beast from the Middle East. The Pensic War starts Friday. What the hell is that? Jesus Christ, I gotta look this up now. Pensic War. Let's look it up. AI mode. The Pensic War is the single largest annual camping event and war reenactment hosted by the Society of Creative Anachronism, a historical, medieval, and Renaissance organization. Oh yeah, you were talking about Renaissance reenactments. That's cool. That should be fun. You should learn some like sick-ass like tricking and parkour while you're doing like sword fights. That would look very anime. Very chic. Carol, welcome back for 6 months. Says, hi, all moving to a new house, but I'll be listening. Thank you, Carol. Good to see you. Good luck with the move. I know that's never like a super fun process. Maybe it is. Just finished my coloring page. What should I do next? Can you think of maybe like a... Perhaps you could think of like an OC. Maybe like Sonic the Hedgehog, but maybe he rides a skateboard this time. I used to be in the SCA, but never went to Pensic. Oh, you guys might know each other. You think I would like it? Doing reenactments? I don't know if I would fit in, honestly. I might just feel really stinky and want to go home and shower. 10-hour shower. It wasn't uncommon to hear howler monkeys hooting and screeching in the jungle. Day or night, you'd hear them calling out whenever a predator was nearby, and you could always tell when that predator was a big cat because the monkeys would go crazy up there in the trees and would take flight more often than not. Now, this is because big cats like jaguars or pumas are highly efficient killers, and if they're spotted on the move, it usually means they're hunting. But a howler monkey's reaction to a human being is very different, as I learned myself while walking under a tree full of them. They're well aware of how dangerous humans can be, so they call out loudly as you approach them. And they don't just run. They know you can't climb trees like they or a big cat can, so if you walk slowly and quietly and don't make any sudden movements, they'll just simply watch you from above, sounding out only the occasional call to communicate your position to the other members of their troop. And that is what I heard that day, maybe 50 or 60 yards away in the jungle as I walked alone on this muddy path. Now, at first I thought it was a jaguar, in which case I needed to pick up my pace a little to make it back to the house. But when I recognized how familiar the monkey's reaction was to me and realized that there was another person walking through the jungle with me, I felt my heart sinking in my chest. No one was supposed to be out there. No one was supposed to know that I was there. And so the fact that someone appeared to be shadowing me at a distance, it had me fearing for my life. I rushed back to the house as fast as I could. I took a large revolving pistol from under the bed and waited by the window with it, peeping out for any sign that someone was following me. I decided that I'd just simply give myself Simone Archibald, welcome back for 20 months. Couldn't be better timing. 50. You turned 50? Happy birthday, Simone. Is that what you're saying? Happy flippin' B-Day. Been waiting for the dispensary horse stories. I feel like I've seen some dispensaries and then they just like randomly shut down. I don't know what happens. It's 9 p.m. here in Texas. I'm about to fire up a J. Let's freaking go, dude. You're hitting the J. You're hitting the cart. I'm hitting the sack. My sack. It hurts. I decided I'd simply given myself a little scare, and it was very unusual to hear or see another person out there, even on the river, but it wasn't impossible that someone was just passing through. And besides, I believed if someone had come all that way, they wouldn't want to hang around, and I'd been attacked. Do you feel good, Simone? Are you doing your weightlifting? You gotta do resistance exercises, guys. You should go, okay, right now when you get, not right now, but whenever you get a chance, if you remember, look up the dissection of a human's, and you can see it on MRI as well, but look at the difference between a human's thigh when they do resistance exercises at 70 years old versus one that doesn't do it. The one that doesn't do it has a substantially lesser bone density, and the bone is just like surrounded in gelatin fat, which like essentially serves you no purpose outside of like if you're starving. But the muscles, especially on the leg, are like some of the most important muscles in your body that, one, let you be locomotive and walk and stand up and all sorts of other bullshit, right? But it also absorbs a fuck ton of like glucose from whatever you're eating, and especially in the, you know, common modern, you know, westernized diet that's like full of fucking just like excess sugars and terrible stuff like that. It helps to like soak that up so that basically your arteries and blood vessels don't get filled with glucose that can attach itself to, you know, the proteins of the inner vasculature and make all your veins and arteries like hard and rigid and, you know, more likely to cause like a heart attack or something. But yeah, guys, go lift weights, please. You know when to go, but never when to stay. Making it to 70 is a blessing. I think we can make it to 90, guys. I genuinely do. They're extracting crypto off the internet, bagging it up and smoking it in the hood. They're dropping like flies. Extracting crypto? My thigh feels like iron after running and squatting in for a few weeks. That's good. I'm glad to hear. That's good to know about the leg. I mean, I have to do that tomorrow. All you have to do is just like get yourself on like a pretty basic lifting program. You can ask AI to write it for you, or get a personal trainer for like a couple weeks to get you in the motions and make sure you stay safe, and basically just make progress, either doing like additional reps or adding more weight and all that kind of stuff. And it's just going to save your life in the long run. Hey Joel, been meaning to come to one of these streams for a while. I've had some questions about submitting stories. I think I got one that you might like, either this channel or Saturn Soul 1 do. Yeah. Thank you for coming. Let's read submissions at gmail.com if you want to send it in. At 60, can I resist as well, or is it too soon for me? No. I mean, everybody should be lifting weights like pretty much as soon as they're in their like teens. Like as soon as you're like a teenager, or even before that, you can start doing like, I mean, even before that, you can do like body weight exercises. And I'm pretty sure like the studies, you know, the people where people said your height can be stunted by like doing resistance training before like your teenage years. I think that's all BS. Like I mean, how the fuck did humans survive when they were younger? They were working in fucking factories and, you know, lifting the carcass of like a dead animal long distances, you know? My cardiologist told me to avoid strenuous exercise. That's okay, I'm practically sedentary anyway. Well, I mean, you can ease into it. I'm sure you can get like a care plan in place to like help get you to the point of like lifting weights and moving. Starting to do some form of exercise. It's been like 15 years. Let's go. Now's the time. And you do it for the rest of your life. been forced to train like Kid Gohan, as you should. Gohan had it figured out. Also, my one friend was telling me that, like, in the Dragon Ball Z show, the only person that Vegeta is ever, like, respectful to or says sorry to is Gohan. And he's always, like, low-key mad at Gohan for not, like, training harder because I guess he sees the potential of him being, like, the strongest Saiyan. Besides, I believed if someone had come all that way, they wouldn't want to hang around and I'd have been attacked already. I skipped my exercise walk for that day, and then the next I walked the opposite way along the river just to be careful. There were no signs of any other people on that walk, and none for the next couple of days too. But then, just less than a week after the howler monkeys indicated their presence, it happened again. I was a smoker at the time, so I was having a ration of cigarettes to get me through. Now, sometimes I felt like I'd happily surrender to the hitmen if it meant getting one last smoke, like they do in the movies. And then when my supply of cigarettes started to get damp and moldy, I had to salvage what I could and dry them out in the sun before I was able to smoke them. I suppose this ordeal might sound pathetic to people who have never been addicted to nicotine, but when I say the cravings are awful, please take my word for it. You become hypersensitive to the smell of a cigarette and become especially sensitive to the scent of tobacco smoke. Which is why, when I was walking through the jungle one day, and I smelled it on the breeze, I was hit by two immediate sensations, one of envy and one of terror. Now, it seems so silly to look back on, but my first thought really was, I need to find this guy so I can ask him for a cigarette. But then reality hit me, and so did the fear. Knowing I wasn't alone again and that someone was close, it scared the hell out of me, most of all because they weren't moving, and they weren't making any noise, and that meant that there was a distinct possibility that they were watching me. I thought I was dead, and as I ran I knew I could only hear the shot if it was a wound and not a kill. I expected everything to just go dark, for existence itself to become non-existence in the time it took to pull the trigger. But as I ran, and ran, slamming through the trees, no shot came, and I need to read that a little bit. You do not want to live if you have a heart problem. Please, Joy, I love you, but don't give dangerous advice. I don't think I gave dangerous advice. I said there can be a care plan in place to ease you into exercise. But yeah, I'm not saying to fucking go do like hack squat whenever you've got like CHF or some shit, you know what I mean? I lost my mom at 66 this April from heart disease and kidney failure, and 2 weeks later her sister, my aunt, is 60 from a stroke. It's been a wake-up call and a grieving process. I'm really sorry to hear that. But as I ran and ran, slamming through the trees, no shot came and I made it back to the house. Now, I immediately went for the gun, then after grabbing a few things and throwing them into my backpack, I ran along the riverbank in the opposite direction to the smoke. In the event that I believed that I'd been compromised, we had a system in place to secure my evacuation. I was to head out into the jungle to where a pre-planned dead drop had been designated. All I had to do was take a rock that had been placed on the ground and shove it into the nook of the tree it lay under. The security company... Carol, thank you for the 5 gifter to Her Satanic Majesties, Lily Walker, Lukewarm, Jasmine Ruiz, Manuel Martinez. Thank you, thank you. Just need a permission slip from my doc. If your body is jacked, nothing can stand in your way on the quest for health. I agree. Never give up, never surrender. Lance Armstrong. Probably too cold to be outside. Better stay indoors and smoke ganja. Cold? Really? Oh yeah, we had some pretty big storms here. But it was nice because now you can see the blue sky, and I don't know, are the wildfires still raging in Canada? Look, listen. Is there a limit to how many stories you can submit? Don't have tons, but a couple smaller ones you might be interested in. Yeah, send them in. No limit. I'm always in need of content and things to talk about. What's up, Jackie Chan? Okay, hundreds of fires remain across Canada. Reports put the number at roughly 850 to 900 active wildfires, with many still classified as out of control. The most significant activity is in Ontario, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, where hot, dry weather has allowed fires to spread. Winds have been carrying smoke south in the United States, leading to air quality alerts across the Midwest, Northeast. Right. The good news is 2026 is not on pace to surpass the record-breaking 2023 season in terms of total area burned. Although fire activity has increased sharply during July, smoke impacts depend much more on a wind direction than on the total number of fires. Even if the fires continue burning, Pennsylvania can have perfectly clear days if the upper level winds shift. The wildfire is no longer burning in Nova Scotia. That's good. Hopefully they're getting it contained. I wonder if it's even possible to do like the controlled burns. I remember like hearing sometimes they do the controlled burns and it gets out of control, which would suck. But Carol, thank you for the 5 gifters again. To Petals, Jennifer, Artzilla, Ekata, and Sassy Patty. Welcome, friends. Now I have access to bonus content. What's up, Walt G? How we doing, bro? Thank you, Carol. Because I've been burning bales of pot to make people mad. Really? Wait, this is not an AI account. Nope, this is my real voice. How successful is the U.S. in stopping the S? You're going to say the fires? I mean, they tend to be pretty good at, well, what the fuck do I know? It's a good question, though. Could they do a better job at creating control zones for controlled burns, or is the area just too big to consider? It probably is too big, right? I mean, I guess they could probably create like a perimeter to like mitigate any further burning. I'm mad at Canada even though my eyes were burning and I choked on 20 packs of cigarettes a few days. Yeah, right. They could do more, especially around towns, roads, and infrastructure, but Canada is far too large to divide entire forests into controlled burn zones. Prescribed burns and fuel breaks are generally useful. They remove accumulated brush and small trees, restore more blah, blah, blah. There are other constraints. Safe burn windows are narrow. Prescribed burns produce smoke too. Peat and deep organic soil can keep burning underground. Extreme fires can overpower fuel treatments. Fire is ecologically normal across much of the boreal forest, so officials often allow remote fires to burn unless they threaten people, settlements, and often... Okay, so it's kind of anticipated. Because, I mean, dry-ass shit, dry-ass summer, right? As usual, and then a lightning strikes or something of that nature, and what is basically just a continuous act of God, potentially. Smoke from Washington State is coming into British Columbia. What are you guys going to do about that? We just all got to blow really hard into the wind, I think. Hi, Pradeep's assistant. What am I assisting him today with? Oh, man. What's up, AWOL? How we doing? The security company responsible for protecting me said they'd check the dead drop every evening. Then if I'd signaled danger, they'd immediately send a boat and an escort to evacuate me. But if the house was compromised, I couldn't exactly go back to it, not unless I could be sure that it was clear. And so instead of returning to it, I was to run to a tree house the musician had constructed some time ago. It wasn't at all comfortable, and it was so infested with bugs, molds, and fungus that I didn't even try to get any sleep. And even if the place had been pristine, Sleep was an impossibility. I stayed awake all night, tuned into all the sounds of the jungle, and it might sound counterintuitive, but I was less scared of all those sounds by then. I had come to understand that terrible symphony of nocturnal warfare, and so I felt more confident that I could identify the sounds of another. Something sounded really strange. Hey Kim, what's up, dude? Aside from funding, we're pretty good at stopping the impressive for only having a century and 20 years of organized combat against fire, but you can never guarantee it stops before your town. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, for how much, if I walked outside and I just saw, or even if I was in, a fire tower on the top of a mountain, and I just saw, endless miles of a sea of forest in every direction, and someone was like, all right, I need you to prevent forest fires, son. It was Smokey the Bear. He was talking to me in a dream. I wouldn't know the fucking first thing to do, you know? I mean, it would take a team, right? About 4 hours north of me, and the sky was orange 2 days ago. Yeah, that's crazy. I stayed awake all night, tuned into all the sounds of the jungle. It might sound counterintuitive, but I was less scared of all those sounds by then. I had come to understand that terrible symphony of nocturnal warfare, and so I felt more confident I could identify the sounds of another human. But even so, the experience was a terrifying one, and I will never forget just how terrible it was to be hunted with only a revolver I could barely shoot to defend myself. I prayed to God that nothing or no one wishing me harm would find me, and it appears that He listened, if only for that night. I made it to dawn without hearing or seeing anything strange, and then with a pistol at the ready, I made my way back towards the house. Now that was the second time I believed that I'd be shot dead, and it was no easier to deal with than the first time. I had absolutely no confidence in myself to outshoot a trained killer, and even as I approached slowly, carefully, and in a wide arc, my heart was pounding in my chest, because I believed that at any moment my life would end in the blink of an eye. Yet it didn't, and slowly but surely I was able to advance from tree to tree until I spotted the house, along with a man waiting outside of it. He looked professional, like he was from the security company, but in my paranoia I couldn't be sure. I kept quiet as I could, getting closer and closer with him none the wiser than I emerged from the foliage with the gun drawn, trying to look like I was skilled with it. I called out to him and asked who he was, and when he saw me, he raised his hands but kept on... What? Canada is Chinese knockoff version of Europe. I love everyone. That's the only reason I say these things. It's all good. Say whatever you want in the whole wide world. I don't care. Oh, baby girl. What's up, Carrie Martin? How we doing? I called out to him and asked who he was, and when he saw me, he raised his hands but kept a smile on his face as he told me to keep calm and that he was from the company. Now he knew the name of the company, and he knew my name, and he seemed aware that the dead drop had been triggered. He pointed to the house and asked if the article I was writing was inside. I said yes, and then he told me to collect it, and then and only then did I lower my gun. I thanked him for showing up as I walked past him, and then started telling him about the smoke. I remember asking him, "Was that you?" And I guess when he shook his head, he really was telling the truth. But in the moment, I didn't understand the significance. Now I remember I then turned my back and placed the gun on the bed so I could collect my things, but no sooner had I stepped away from it, I heard a heavy click. I turned to see my would-be escort had pulled his gun from his holster and was in the process of pointing it at me. So reacting on pure instinct, I threw my heavy dictaphone. Threw his heavy dick. How much did you miss? You missed 1 hour and 20 minutes. Knockoff as in copy off of in terms of government effectiveness and efficiency, or knockoff as in they're cheap and can't put out good products for Canada? I don't know, man. Sometimes people just say stuff. Do you ever think about that? Do you ever think about how much we argue with each other about our opinions? You know what I mean? Like, isn't it strange arguing about each other's opinions about things? Like, getting really, really mad. It's like getting mad at someone else for having a different thought on a serial killer, right? It's like they're not the serial killer, but it's just like because they have a different perspective towards that serial killer, and neither of you can really affect the serial killer other than just like tell them to stop serial killing and get in the way or whatever. But it's actually really weird why we even argue with each other at all. Like, there's really no point to it. It's like almost like next to meaningless. A few native communities were destroyed by 1,000 people lost everything in a train. Canada train was in the fire, got out. Oh, I saw that video of the guy trapped in their train was stopped and they were surrounded by like large amounts of fire. They looked like they were literally like on a train to hell. It was so terrifying. I don't know. I have no idea what happened to those guys, if they survived or what. I don't know how they weren't boiling on the inside. I think there was a video in the news in British Columbia, Canada, of fire spotting almost beyond eye view distance. Somehow they all knew they had to move fast before the day was over. The fire almost caught them. That's crazy. The internet really perpetuated the trend. I know, just like kind of being mad at each other and then normalizing the idea of like always being mad at someone about their thoughts. Like, I get it. Having thoughts can feel threatening to your like internal identity, right? Because you have a hypothetical of a world that's not ideal, and that someone having an opinion that aligns with that unideal world in your mind is a threat to that ideal world. So it's also a threat to your like hypothetical coming heaven or something like that, your hypothetical perfect utopia. But you know, it's like genuinely, how would you even describe it? It's like everyone's staring at like a brick wall, and then everyone's mad at everyone's staring at a piece of art. You're never going to change the piece of art, right? That's like right there. Well, you could go up to it and like throw your bucket of paint on it, I suppose, but that would require you to like get up and move. And so instead, like, somebody sneezes and you're like pissed at them. Fact/factor is a better way of saying it. Psychology 101 teaches the simplistics of that personality threat thing. I wish it was mandatory to learn in school. Personality threat, yeah. Did anyone answer my question, by the way, asking since walked off for a minute? I don't know what your question was, Emily, sorry. A brick wall in the way and fighting over whether it's the bricks or the mortar that are to blame. Yeah, as you continue to stack them, you know, like a straight... Well, that's the thing. It's like, obviously, there's just something very abstract, I guess, about like politics, in the sense that like, I'm not even sure how you want to describe this. It's like you get to choose like the taxi driver that is hopefully going to take you to your restaurant, but that taxi driver is just going to go all over the fucking city, just like, I'm going to go over here, and then we're going to stop here and talk to my brother, and then he's going to need a few dollars, and then, well, actually, I'm going to need more money, and then we're also at the end just going to drive the whole fucking taxi off the road, and there's really nothing you could do. Like, I just wish there was like political systems that continuously kept you involved. Now, I guess that can be done through the process of, you know, you could say that through the consumer market, like you spend your money on that which you perceive to be valuable. But wouldn't it be neat to have some degree of, like, you know how much you're going to pay in taxes baseline, right? You know you're going to be in, like, paying 35%. You know you're going to pay 25% or whatever of whatever you have coming in. And then you could, like, make active decisions in the submissions of your taxes to go towards particular items, and then, like, having a direct degree of how that's itemized. But otherwise you just, like, never really see where any of your money goes, which is the most important part of politics, really, at the end of the day, is the funding. Happy son. The world is fat and proud. I guess so. I turned to see my would-be escort had pulled his gun from his holster and was in the process of pointing it at me. And so, reacting on pure instinct, I threw my heavy dictaphone towards him and then lunged for a nearby window. I guess hurtling my dictaphone at him was enough to throw his aim off, because all but one of his shots missed as I tumbled through the paneless window and out onto the porch outside. But the one that struck had me screaming in agony. It went right through, splitting my shin bone in the process and crippling me. And I was only able to... U.S. has more wildfires than Canada. Yeah, is that primarily in California? Where are the majority of... Thank you for the 2. The majority of U.S. wildfires. The world is a vampire. No, why flat tax? Like, why isn't there a flat tax? I mean, because it would be nice if there was just... I don't even know. Okay, Oregon, yeah. I guess it's pretty close to Canada. I mean, it's all the same biome, pretty much, right? Oregon, Washington, California, Colorado, Idaho, Utah. Interesting. I wasn't saying that Canada had more or anything like that. It's just that it's the current topic. Do they have more in, like, right now? I was only able to crawl from the porch and into the mud, trying and failing to find my feet. God damn it. I was only able to crawl from the porch and into the mud, trying and... I have to go back and... It went right through, splitting my shin bone in the process and crippling me. I was only able to crawl from the porch and into the mud, trying and failing to find my feet in the vain hope that I might be able to hop my way to safety. But I was never going to get away, and as I began to realize that my time on this earth might well be up, the only thoughts in my head were those of my mother. I rolled over onto my back in a sort of fruitless attempt to plead with my executioner, but after walking out of the house and rounding the corner, I could see in his eyes that there was no reasoning with him. I tried anyway, watching as he raised his gun, and then he stopped and I heard a shot. But instead of my whole world going dark or a white-hot shock of pain going through me, I watched with a raised and trembling hand as my would-be killer fell dead. I was still trembling as I heard footsteps coming from behind me, and as I turned to look, I saw a man wearing what looked like regular day... Everything circles back to rats, happy little rats, despite the cage we aspire to be of free-range rats. Yeah, do you think we can achieve free-range rathood? Is that possible in this lifetime? You want to eat lava, but just a little bit and just once. Yeah, you could. I mean, you could eat the lava that turns into like a rock. Michigan Scotsman, Joel, what's up, dude? Another question. Where did the random sign-offs originate? Viewer suggestions or original funny thoughts? I think they came from here. Like me being like, you know what? We should have you guys say something funny. instead. And then I kind of like had the idea that I knew it was going to change every time, so. Mercury retrograde is almost done. Saturn is currently retrograde. It's a lot. Justin and I am kind of lying here feeling this strange energy. Can you feel what it feels like? I've been disassociating. I think you both need to be put in a fucking padded cell and beaten within an inch of your life. What do you think about that? Just kidding. But we should give you some like sort of injections of sorts. Something to maybe like experiment on you a little bit. I don't know. I was still trembling as I heard footsteps coming from behind me, and as I turned to look, I saw a man wearing what looked like regular everyday clothes walking out from the trees. Now, he too knew my name, and then after asking me to confirm it, he got to work bandaging my leg with one of my own t-shirts. When he'd finished gathering up my things, he helped me limp to the boat that would transport me back to civilization, and then from there, I was taken to a hospital where I went into surgery to save my leg. Survival is one hell of a feeling, and it gives you all the cliched second leases on life like the movies say it does. But an even better feeling came when I had my article published, an article which whipped up so much of a storm the politicians promised a crackdown on corporate criminality. Sadly, not everyone who should have gone to prison went to prison. But to get even a shred of justice for the victims is a victory, because that's whose was fighting's for us, Doc. That's who's were doing this for us. Meaning of life, and don't say some fucking number. The meaning of life is whatever meaning you give it. It's all just subjective to the individual. Sadly, not everyone who should have gone to prison went to prison, but to get even a shred of justice for the victims is a victory, because that's who we're fighting for when all is said and done, right? People like Rodrigo and... What's up, Dumba? How we doing, bro? People like Rodrigo, who I mentioned earlier. People whose lives were valued at less than the company's bottom line. World is a vampire. Set to scream. Secret controller. Okay, story 1 of 3 complete off the grid. That was an interesting one. I like it. The secret of life is a life of purpose. I don't know, do we all have a purposeful life, guys? Do you feel like every day you wake up with a purpose? Do you guys think my whole life is, like, my purpose is to, like, help you guys fall asleep or masturbate or whatever you guys do with these videos? Set the scream. Didn't what's-his-name, the lead singer of that band, didn't he say that he had seen, like, reptilians or some shit like that, like aliens or whatever? Smashing Pumpkins lead singer. And then he, like, can't say who he saw, like, transformed into a reptilian person in front of him. Sigfrido Corral, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Do I go to sleep with or without socks? It's funny, I actually thought about that last night. Like, since I was staying in a hotel, I, like, laid in bed with a pair of socks, and I'm like, get these motherfuckers off of me right now. I have to have my socks off. It just feels weird. I don't, you know... I know some people just, like, love to be warm as shit, but... Last night I ate a bunch of, like, we went out to the show and then we were looking for, like, a bar to just, like, hang out at or whatever, and we ended up at this, like, sort of pizzeria bullshit. And so I had, like, a chicken parmesan sandwich and then a bunch of pizza. Not the healthiest, right? But I knew for a fact that when I slept that night that I was just going to be, like, fucking boiling inside. Do you guys ever get that way? Like, if you eat too close to bed, you just, like, wake up with your fucking whole body is just, like, sweating. Just, like, need, like, a fuck ton of water. Did you see that an actor from Jurassic Park passed? Yeah, Sam Neill. Which, like I said, was so strange because I was, like, just getting into, like, watching a bunch of, like, Jurassic Park lore and, like, learning about the novel and stuff and the differences and all this cool, interesting little, like, titty bits about the movies. And then Sam Neill died, like, a week after I got into it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Well, rest in peace, brother. Some people think Sam Neill's character in that Dr. Grant was, like, psychic, because there was a lot of times where he knew things prior to them happening. But it might just be, like, mistakes in the writing. I think I learned that, like, Jurassic Park 3 was literally, like, filmed as it was being written. So there was, like, a lot of, like, continuity issues within the, like, script itself. Zachary Salmon, what's up, bro? Good to see you back. I'd love to read you your stories when you go to sleep at night. That'd be cool. I think. I don't know. It sounds kind of threatening. You mean if we were, like, roommates in prison or something, you would read me to sleep? Do you think anybody in prison has, like, a really nice, like, romantic relationship where they, like, genuinely fall in love with the person that they're, like, bunkmates with, and it's not just, like, unconsensual, like, terrible rape every day? I hope so. That should be a movie. That should be like a 50 Shades of Grey level heated rivalry type movie. I'd call it Bunk Buddies rivalry. Orange is the new brown or something. And the Pigeon Lady from Home Alone 2 passed as well. So many actresses are passing away. Do you think they're all going to die tomorrow? I think they might be dying tomorrow. Every actor, every actress just dropping dead. They are the ones who are being raptured. All of us are being left behind, probably going to die in the Great Tribulation. Our souls go to hell, but all the actors and actresses in Hollywood, I think they get to go to the special place. Behind the bars. That would be good. My name's Henry. I'm born and raised up here in the state of Wyoming, and I run a hotel here in Cody, which some consider to be the gateway to Yellowstone. There's nothing I enjoy more than regaling our guests with a tale or two, and over the years, local history became a passionate hobby of mine. Not all of history has been put to paper, and it's a sad fact that some of it never will reach the big screen or even the pages of a book. But if you got the time, patience, and know-how, you can learn of some really At some point, every human accepts something they do not want to happen, unfortunately. Is that referring to, like, someone was brutally brutalized in prison, specifically to their butt, and then that, over a period of time, they start to fall in love with their captor? Bubba actually ain't all that bad. He's been really gentle with me lately. And then even Bubba's like, I ain't want to hurt him. I just want him to know that I care. And that I want to keep the peace around here. Change my name to Let's Goon. I'm going to do that right now. I watched this absolute wannabe Harlequin romance, one of 50 Shades of Grey shit movie. Guess the movie. What's it called? The Odyssey. My family believes in the rapture and it's fucking cringe. I love them, but it's nuclear levels of cringe when you're buying black plastic, because apparently it keeps the demons out of your house. Black plastic? Huh. Black plastic. And where did they even get that? Like, related to the Bible? Oh, Madam Web. Justin, didn't you star in that movie? If you got the time, patience, and know-how, you can learn of some pretty wild things that have happened around the Equality State that not too many people know about. You see, Wyoming wasn't settled in a regular sense, and it's the least populated region in America, meaning there's a whole lot of don't know what out there among the mountains and the forests. It's cowboy country through and through, so there are plenty of stories involving gunslingers and outlaws, but there are also native legends, stories about pioneer fur trappers, and even tales from Oregon Trail wagon trains. Yet while there are many stories that have inspired hope and pride, there are just as many that summon feelings of fear, dread, and disgust. And today I'd like to share a very chilling story from the life of a man named Buster Teague. Back in 1860, the Pony Express was started, and this involved recruiting a team of relay riders who would carry mail almost 2,000 miles from Missouri to California in just 10 days. Here in Wyoming, the route cut through Fort Laramie, Devil's Gate. When are we ever going to find out what banger movies Justin has been in? Justin has been misleading us the whole time. Justin is working for Mossad, and he's just been basically collecting data for the great event, in which then he'll be released upon the earth to enact anybody that's ever spoken out against the surveillance state. Do not trust Justin. What's the closest movie you have watched that was close to reality, guys? And Joel? What? What's the closest movie you have watched that was close to reality? Close to reality? Probably like Endgame. Starship Troopers, most likely. I almost got enough of Joel's loosh. His dripping loosh. We're actually we need more. We're doing a loosh drive. We're doing a loosh drive, and we need everybody to donate as much loosh as they can. Somehow, some reptilians around here go, honestly, probably a whole year without a single drop of loosh. Back from a 4-hour hike. Holy shit, are you chafed? Here in Wyoming, the route cut through Fort Laramie, Devil's Gate, and Fort Bridger. Am I saying this right? Fort Bridger. Bridger, okay. Guys, can I go grab some lip balm real quick? Wait, did I bring it? Is it with me? Oh, Lord. What hath I done? Guys, I'm gonna BRB like super fast, I promise. I might pee too. Be right back. Sorry, I just had to pee and then do a fucking... get the lip balm. Lip balm balming. The embalming fluid. Did I wipe? Wiping is just a lie from big toilet paper. Just so you buy more paper and kill all the trees and start all the fires. Alright. Guys, remember, everything bad in the earth is actually your fault. And that you should pay more taxes because of it. Here in Wyoming, the route cut through Fort Laramie, Devil's Gate, and Fort Bridger, among others. Light riders pushed hard, day and night, hindered by neither snow nor rain nor gloom of night, to deliver news and letters which kept the country stitched together. And while it only lasted 18 months or so before the telegraph took over, those Pony Express riders became legendary. And James Buster Teague was one of them. Teague was not a light rider. Not a light rider. What's the last time I hit my big toe? It's been a little bit. I don't even remember, thankfully. Did it just happen? Sometimes I do kind of wonder if we could just like restructure toilets, you know? Because technically, when you're sitting on like a toilet, it's very unnatural because you're not like in a deep squat, you know? You're not completely relaxing your detrusor muscle where you are able to completely vacate your bowels naturally. I'm just kind of, I mean, would you guys be okay? And I'm just curious. It'd be a bit of a transition in America and Western countries, but would you guys be okay if we turned all the toilets into like a hole in the ground, similar to India? Do I want to stand? Yeah, but you would have to like actually, and the way you would do it, and this is my suggestion, is you would have to you would basically have a hole in the ground similar to where the toilet seat is, but it's just super low down to the ground, and then you would have to have like heel elevation. Is that what they do in Japan? They have holes in the ground? You'd have to have heel elevation, kind of like squatting shoes or something, because a lot of people just don't have like the ankle mobility to get that low. But then basically you're squatting all the way down to the floor pretty comfortably, and then you just like let the dung pour out, and then you just move on with your day. We could incorporate a bidet into that situation somewhere. But yeah, I never tried a Japanese toilet before. Are they heated? Are the seats heated? I'm curious. It's harder to aura farm from a squatty potty. It is, but you'll be aura farming and with a longer life due to good bowel health. Would I consider myself Christian or agnostic? I'd consider myself Christian, yeah. But I consider myself Christian because it's like I have no choice. You know what I mean? I've delved into it, into all sorts of directions, and it's just like kind of just come back to my roots, and it's really difficult, it would appear, to like run from God. Does that make sense? Like, I guess if you're like selected by something outside of space and time, it kind of just like not much you can do to get away from it. So men's supposed to rub on the ground until said bowel movement passes. Well, you wouldn't rub your ass on the ground, no. Just imagine like you're just in a deep squat, right? Same way that they would like shit in the streets in like India or something, but instead you're actually doing it into like a toilet that's a hole in the ground. It'd be a nice hole, maybe with some airflow, maybe with a little bit of radiation heat coming off it. You wouldn't want to fall, or you would go into the pit. And if you fall into that pit, you are fucking done. Traditional Japanese toilets are a porcelain trough and a hose to flush. That's fucking awesome. Guys, we gotta move to Japan, all of us. Cavemen had harder, more compact stool like dogs because food was less processed. They had dog food? They ate dog food, the cavemen? Teague was not a light rider. Like Wild Bill Hickok himself, Buster was too heavy for the saddle, and so instead of riding the fast relays between stations, he was given the task of putting letters directly into hands all throughout Wyoming territory. This was a slow process, as mailmen not only needed to be able to be polite, punctual, and professional, but they needed to be skilled frontiersmen too. From bad weather or wild animals to native warriors or bloodthirsty. From bad weather or wild animals to native warriors or bloodthirsty bandits, there was plenty to lay a good man low in those days, and sometimes a man paid the ultimate price for choosing honorable work. Buster Teague was well aware of such dangers, which is why he carried 2 Colt revolvers on him during every ride, and it was in the late summer of 1861 that Teague encountered something truly terrifying. At the break of dawn, Buster would ease his mail pouch onto his horse and then head out on a shift that included about 75 to 100 miles of hard riding. Jesus Christ, Pradeep. Pradeep has found a toy and he's freaking the fuck out over it. Imagine trying to find the Underpants Tree Story. What video is that again? Underpants Tree Story. The one where the homeless guy gets like shoved into the nook of the tree by rock people? Because that's a 4chan compilation stories. Let's all send our plumbing to Joel's toilet. His toilet is large enough. One giant, massive toilet. If I fall in, I'm fucking gone. Get sloshed around. Do you give Pradeep catnip? No. Well, I do sometimes when I want him to like choose a specific place to lay. Like if I get him a new cat bed or something. I get a little worried with the catnip that like his heart rate is gonna like make it explode or something. Oh man, he's such a good guy. I actually kind of wondered the other night if like he was like spiritually trying to enter to my bedroom some way. You know what I mean? Because he was like pissed he couldn't get in. So like, you know how like cats are kind of like abstractly able to like enter into like the nether via astral projection? I kind of like low-key wondered if Pradeep astral projected his ass into my room to wake me up at 3 a.m. and then just run across my pillow. At the break of dawn, Buster could ease his mail pouch onto his horse and then head out on a shift that included about 75 to 100 miles of hard riding. He'd cover around 10 miles an hour if the trail was decent, usually at a fast trot or lope, but even in the 1860s, Wyoming was as wild gets. Buster rode through a vast sagebrush flats that stretched for miles, and then he'd hit rivers with bottoms so muddy his horse got stuck. Sometimes the waters were deep and swift enough to dismount and drown him should he not prove skilled enough. But skilled he was. As Buster noted in the journals he kept, life could get really lonely out there in the wilds, but he knew delivering mail was important. You gotta remember that this took place right at the start of the American Civil War, so at a time when people didn't know if they were going to have a country next year, keeping people in the loop felt like a very important job. Teague would pull up to some remote station or settlement, hand off the Spanish word meaning satchel or backpack. Oh, okay, I did not know that. Interesting. The mochila? Ugh. Mochila. This is my favorite song. Probably Born in a Tropical Swamp. That's not a joke, that's a song. Should look it up. It's good. Oh, let's read Supremacy.
Careful what you say, that could be considered highly racist. Racist. It could be a mixture of a racist and a rapist. A rapist, some say, the worst possible thing you could ever imagine. Someone who doesn't like people and someone who forces themselves upon them.
Teague would pull up to some remote station or settlement, hand off the mochila, a Spanish word meaning satchel or backpack, and then after a quick bite to eat and a cup of coffee, he'd be on the move to the next stop. He had to move quick to stay on schedule, as there was a lot out there to slow him down. And like I said, many a good mail carrier lost their lives at that time, and the same thing almost happened to Teague one day when he was out riding the trails. And so one day, Buster's riding along a lonely stretch of Sweetwater, minding his own with a mochila. Do you ever think you get this famous from when you're mainly hidden from the public? Did you ever think you'd get this famous? I don't know. Am I famous? I mean, I only got like 300 people in here. Do RFK.
Hey guys, nobody knows what I look like, but that's fine. Because maybe one day you hear me out in the public.
That would actually be funny to hear, like RFK, like beatboxing.
You wouldn't believe all the bullshit I seen. I'm about to go get my nails done looking preen.
You cheated on me? What the fuck, Justin? Just imagine 3 people fit in a jump you. That's a lot. Well, I mean, I certainly would hope you guys wouldn't jump me. Guys, promise me right now that you wouldn't jump me. Promise me right now that you would respect every single aspect of my privacy, my life, my success. You would never give me the stink eye.
You would be loyal soldiers and fight for me if need be. Should someone, prove themselves dissonant. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want anybody breaking apart. They're a heretic. I call them heretics. They're evil. Anybody that says I'm wrong about fucking anything they get to be the jumped one. Turn against me, it's the end.
So one day, Buster's riding along a lonely stretch of Sweetwater, minding his own with that mochila full of mail, when out of nowhere, the Cheyenne Brave comes bursting from the rocks in an ambush. He cried out his war whoop, and then, after aiming his rifle, he let loose a shot that ripped through Buster's leg. Buster's own pistol shots kept the Brave at bay, but having dropped his now empty rifle, the Brave produced a tomahawk and began charging from the rocks. Teague took off down the trail, clinging to the saddle while his leg burned like there was fire in it, but all he could do was clench his teeth, spur his pony on, and hope that he made it someplace safe. A few miles down the trail, Buster slid off his horse, half falling because his leg was giving out on him, and then he hunkered down in the dirt to patch himself up. He rips a strip off his shirt, ties a tourniquet, and then digs out as much of that bullet as he can with his knife. He had to grit his teeth so hard that they almost cracked, but he got the job done. And then after he's all bandaged up and ready to move, he takes a minute to catch his breath and survey the scene around him. And that's when Buster spots a patch of dirt nearby that looked like it The underpants story I was talking about is the one with the priest goes to a small town in Virginia and finds out people in the town are drugging and abusing kids. Underpants story. Fuck, I don't remember that at all, honestly. Do you guys remember that one? What video it's from? Yeah, this must be a story of Buster Scruggs, but it's Buster Teague, Buster Teague? Or Teague Buster? I don't remember. Buster Tickle. Would I give you $1 if you asked for one? Yeah. But it would have to be in all pennies. That's the only way I keep all of my finances organized. 1990 pennies from when I was born. B. Buster Scruggs. He had to grit his teeth so hard they almost cracked, and he got... Oh my gosh. Was it Captain Underpants' story? He had to grit his teeth so hard they almost cracked, but he got the job done. And then after he is all bandaged up and ready to move, he takes a minute to catch his breath and survey the scene around. Then after he's all bandaged up and ready to move, he takes a minute to catch his breath and survey the scene around him. And that's when Buster spots a patch of dirt nearby that looked like it's been disturbed. He found his feet and then limped over to check it out, but when he looked inside, he just about recoiled in horror. It was a shallow pit, and inside were a whole bunch of human bones. Now, Buster could tell right away that they were human and wrote in his diary that he counted at least a dozen flesh-stripped skulls, but it was the longer bones that really caught his attention. They'd been picked clean, with all signs pointing towards the fact that someone had cut away the flesh and then cracked open the bone to extract the precious protein-rich mush inside, or in other words, all signs pointed to cannibalism. Buster had heard rumors about it for years, how certain bands resorted to cannibalism in hard times, or for the sake of dark rituals. But he'd always figured that those were nothing but tall tales told by trappers trying to scare folks off their patches. But then there it was, the not-so-living proof that rumors were true. Yet regardless of who those bones once belonged to and how they got there, Buster had to keep moving. He patched himself up as best he could, got back on that horse somehow, then pushed on into the wilds in the hopes of finding shelter for the night. But as the setting sun had started to paint the hills with bloody reds and oranges, and the shadows of tree trunks either side of the trail were starting to reach for him, Buster started to become afraid. He knew that should he try and camp out under the stars, he'd be easy prey for a pack of wolves. And so on and on he went, hoping beyond hope that he'd find somewhere safer. And then suddenly, as if by a miracle, he began to smell wood smoke. Buster slowly pushed on, trying to hone in on the source of the smoke, and then he spotted it. A secluded little cabin tucked back in a draw, half hidden by cottonwoods and a rocky outcrop. He spotted smoke curling out of the chimney, and then as he got closer, he smelled food being prepared inside. So not wanting to spook the occupants, Teague called out to announce himself, and that he meant them no harm. Seconds later, a young woman of maybe 20 steps out of 20. Joe, how do you go to sleep? TV, lights, fan. So I'll watch, like, on my phone, I'll watch what's called, what the hell is it called? Battlegrounds? Hearthstone Battlegrounds. I'll watch people play that game. I'll lay on my left side, which kind of fucks me up because I feel like it makes my, like, shoulder become clicky from laying too much on one side. And then I've basically conditioned my mind to immediately start to pass out, like, as I start to watch that game. And then as soon as I start to, like, feel the phone fall out of my hand and my eyes close, I put on, like, the exact same, like, sleep music I put on every night, and then I turn over to my right side, and then I just, like, fall asleep. Hopefully I sleep longer tonight. Used to watch ore smelting videos to go to sleep until I found this channel. That's cool. I am thankful to be part of people's, like, sleep sort of routine, because it's a pretty intimate process, right? You know, to be part of someone's sleep, you know, to be there as they're laying in bed in the most vulnerable position. But that's like the same sort of thing. I think that's sort of why like weird shit happens at 3 a.m., because it's literally like something very dark coming for you in that position of vulnerability, knowing that even if you do see something, hear something, experience something, who are you to tell someone tomorrow that it happened? You're not even going to believe yourself. You'll fancy it's some type of dream. They won't believe you. Seconds later, a young woman of maybe 20 steps out into the porch. Pretty in a frontier kind of way, with her hair tied back and wearing a simple dress, she seemed alarmed at first, but then took one look at Teague's wounded leg and waved him inside. Buster later wrote that he near fell from his horse with relief and then almost collapsed from the pain of climbing off his horse after balancing his weight wrong. The young woman was apparently a lot stronger than she looked, and she helped bear his weight as she helped Teague into the snug interior of her cabin. The floor was swept clean. There was a stone fireplace crackling away, and a table with some bread and dried meat. There were herbs hanging above a big old pot, which bubbled away from being set over that fireplace. The girl said her name was Anna May. Anna May? Anna May? Oh, Annie May. Oh my God. I could sometimes go through 3 hours of Let's Read, other times I'm out in like 20 minutes. It was kind of funny. My friend was watching some sort of Star Wars Instagram reel when I was in the bathroom, and it was, what's his name, C-3PO or whatever he is, like making like that like sound, and then I made that sound in the bathroom, and they were like, Are you watching the same reel I am? Which indicated to me that I'm getting pretty sick at Star Wars impressions. The girl said her name was Annie May, and then her husband was out hunting and that she'd fix him a bowl of venison stew should he require refreshment. Teague gratefully accepted her offer, and then after she sat him down with a bowl and a hunk of bread, Annie May went about cutting away his pant leg and properly cleaning his wound. Teague said they talked a while as she worked, and she explained that they'd been living a quiet life out there, away from folks. He told her he was a mail rider who almost got bushwhacked on the trail, but he didn't mention the bone pit on account of not wanting to scare the girl. The girl nodded, like violence was nothing new out there, and then before long, the door swung open and in walked her husband. Teague wrote that he was a tall fella named George, bearded and carrying a rifle. He looked Buster over with his narrow eyes for a moment, and then once Annie May explained what had happened, he smiled and told Teague he was welcome to stay as long as he needed. Now it all seemed kind enough, but Teague wrote in his journal that something about the way the man looked at him seemed off, like he was sizing him up for something, not just looking at him. A couple of hours later, and after giving Teague a blanket and a little bit of a yeah, this does sound like Red Dead Redemption. Never put you on when sleeping because all the stories you have are so intensely interesting that I want to hear every detail, but I've been having some sleep paralysis recently, so maybe I will. Yeah, maybe it will protect you. Perhaps. Do a late night gravity training run. I'll have this in my ear while I go to the shady ass park in Hills. Gravity training, is that just like wearing like a weighted vest? A couple of hours later, and after giving Teague a blanket and a spot on a straw tick in the corner, the trio settled down to bed, but sleep didn't come easy. Even with the few gulps of whiskey George gave him, Teague's leg hurt something fierce, and every time he managed to drift off, some subtle movement would send pain shooting through his leg. His mind started fixating on that pit full of bones, whether or not George knew that they were there, or if they had some arrangement with the local Cheyenne whereby they paid tribute to live there. He lay there wondering and planning his next move until dawn broke, and then as the sky turned this shade of pale blue, Annie Mae brewed a pot of coffee while George went out to chop firewood. Having been told that he could keep himself help himself to another cup of coffee, and not wanting to interrupt his host's work, Buster Teague tried hopping over to the stove himself. It was a dumb move, because about halfway there he loses his balance and knocks a chair over on the way down. The chair hits a panel beneath a sink and closet unit, causing the panel to come loose. Then, in his guilt, he crawled over to it in order to inspect the damage he'd done. Teague later wrote that the panel seemed to have come away easy, but it was only on closer inspection that he realized its flimsy attachment was by design, and that the panel concealed a secret storage space. This didn't alarm him, as a young couple like that most likely needed a place to hide valuables from folk who wished to rob them. But while trying to put the panel back into place, Teague caught a glimpse of what was inside, and when he did, his blood ran cold. Because inside that little cubbyhole were a pair of buckskin leggings, a war shirt with beadwork, and some moccasins, the clothes worn by the Cheyenne brave that had attacked him. You wish you could add as friends here somehow. It is kind of crazy, like, what's it called? YouTube added something where you can you can now share YouTube shorts with like friends via messaging or something on YouTube. I don't know how it all works, but Signora Carter, welcome. First time live. Yeah, we just basically chit chat and hang out, and then I'm recording stories for tomorrow's video. New videos every Monday and Thursday, new streams every Sunday and Wednesday. You have literally saved my life. I work night shift. Oh yeah, no worries. I'm glad. Yeah, I used to work night shift as a nurse, and then I kind of like maintained that night shift lifestyle for quite a while, and I know the pain. I'm sorry about that. Last sleep paralysis I had, I stayed safe because I had on, by pure accident, a documentary on cannibalism, so I had that to accompany while I couldn't move. Oh god. Slowly opening you up. Hey Jetta Jade, what are you doing? I didn't even see you there. I didn't even see you there. I almost stepped on you, I'm sorry. Because inside that little cubbyhole were a pair of buckskin leggings, a war shirt with beadwork, and some moccasins. The same clothes worn by the Cheyenne brave that had attacked him on the trail. Teague wrote that the penny... A favorite video of mine? I guess I just like the paranormal stuff or the 4chan stories. They're just very strange. As well as the Bigfoot sightings video. Hope to switch to day shift soon. Yeah, it's like way better. Just a lot more sane, you know what I mean? And I think people live a much longer life having day shift. Teague wrote that things didn't make sense for him at first, and he assumed George had killed the Cheyenne warrior following his own encounter with him. But on the point of when the killing took place, Teague's train of thought started to collapse in on itself. Why hadn't George said anything? Why sneak the clothes in there in the middle of the night? Teague said he'd noticed George fiddling with something under the sink that night, but hadn't assumed anything strange. But why wait until he was asleep to stow it away in there? And that's when everything made sense, I guess. And he realized that it wasn't some hostile that had attacked him, but rather George, the man whose hospitality he'd enjoyed for a night. The pit of scraped bones would explain the abundance of meat the couple enjoyed, and in a place where hunting meat clashing. And in a place where hunting meant... Oh, yeah. So they hunt humans and stuff? I feel like that almost sounds like more of a pain in the ass. You bet I looked hot in a little white nurse dress. I did. I'd go by on my rollerblades and patients would always smack my ass. It was crazy. They go, woo woo. It was C-3PO with like a robot arm. Woo. Oh. Wait, not C-3. Who the fuck? Yeah, wait. R2-D2 is the... Which one's he? Oh, sorry. It was R2-D2 making a... Yeah. And then C-3PO is the nurse, which is also me in C-3PO's suit. Oh my! Oh my! Wait, honest question, was R2-D2 and C-3PO dating? Were they gay together in robot in a non-binary way? Wink, wink. Humans are clumsy and reckless, make a lot of noise. It seems that we'd make for easy prey. Jeez, that's dark. That's very dark. I'm a little concerned about you. What do you get up to in the dead of night? The pit of scrapped bones would explain the abundance of meat the couple enjoyed, and in a place where hunting meant clashing with the Cheyenne. It wasn't venison that was in that stew. It was human flesh. Teague wrote that in the moment, he couldn't be entirely certain of his suspicions. He had a set of clothes, not a confession, and had not witnessed the couple's supply of meat being carved from a human cadaver. Yet as a well of concern from George broke the silence. Yet as a yell of coke. Oh my, human flesh. Well, R2. Wait, who's who again? Oh yeah. R2. Oh no, R2. We've ate Master Yoda. We've devoured him. Oh, don't say that. He does not taste that good. Oh. R2. That's racist. Yet as a yell of concern from George broke the silence, Teague realized that revealing his discovery provoked immeasurable risk and made the decision not to disclose it. He pulled the chair away from the wash... I'm fucking checked out, man. Ugh. He pulled the chair away from the wash basin as George walked through the door, and then held firm his poker face until he was in the clear. Now he knew that to depart right then may well mean certain death. If Teague's suspicions were correct, George and Annie Mae had no doubt made plans to add him to their stew pot. He realized that they'd been hoping that he'd die of his injuries, which saved them from the trouble of cutting his throat during the night and making a mess of their nice straw tick. But on the other hand, if he didn't pass on, they could always fatten him up a little using the salted, preserved remains of the previous victims, and then put him into the slaughter once he was healthy and chubby enough to move on. If that was the case, Teague needed to plan his next moves very carefully, and so that's what he did. He played dumb, kept on playing the grateful victim, and began planning his escape. The next morning, after another sleepless night, Teague announced his departure to George and Annie Mae. The sleepless night had been for two reasons. Firstly, Teague had been busy putting his escape plan into action, but secondly, his escape required him to gather his strength, and gathering his strength meant gulping down a lot of what was bubbling away in the couple's stew pot. He wrote that while he told himself it was nothing but venison, what he saw lying in that bone pit had him forcing down every gulp. Teague's poker face was pushed to the absolute limit, as reacting poorly to their fare might cause George and Annie to become suspicious. But once again it held firm and they retired to their small bedroom once darkness had fallen, only to emerge in the morning to Teague's news of his departure. In his journal, Teague describes how George and Annie Mae exchanged a quick look of apprehension. The former smiled at him and I don't know, you guys type some stuff in the chat and then it auto translates. Pencil case. But then it says changes it to Pinar. It's not Stewie's fault that his voice actor sounded like Anthony Daniels. From Family Guy? Oh, yeah. Isn't it, what's his name? Brian Griffin? No. What the heck? Oh my god, I can't remember the actor's name. I did enjoy him. Why am I an idiot? Voice of Stewie. Seth MacFarlane. Holy shit, yeah. I don't know why I forget shit half the time. I need more creatine. Creatine, please. More creatine, please. Okay. The former smiled at him and proposed he stay another night to let his... Okay. Sean Green. In his journal, Teague describes how George and Annie Mae exchanged a quick look of apprehension. The former smiled at him and proposed he stay in a night. The former smiled at him and proposed he stay another night to let his leg heal a little more, but Teague insisted. He said folks would start to worry about him if he stayed missing much longer, and he didn't want to be responsible for some poor kid getting scalped and shot full of arrows on his account. Teague said the air grew thick, but with his pistols on him and caught unprepared, George and Annie had little choice but to accept his departure and let him pass. Having already gathered his things, Teague headed out to saddle up his horse, and as he did, he heard the cabin door open and close again behind, and George and Annie Mae stepped out onto the porch. He felt their eyes burning into his back as he tightened the cinches. Is that the word? Seth MacFarlane dodged 9/11. That was quite strange. I wonder how that worked out. Just a complete coincidence. I know Seth did a lot of the Family Guy voices early on, but wasn't sure if he did Stewie. Yeah. Stewie. Yeah, it was based on some British bullshit that he watched. Seth MacFarlane was supposed to be one of the main planes, but overslept. Imagine a world without Family Guy universe. I know. We'd be living in literal hell. Imagine someone who's dead right now, but we completely missed out on their cartoon. Probably... Who would have made a really cool cartoon that's dead? He felt their eyes burning into his back as he tightened the cinches, and while every move made his leg burn, he refused George's offer of assistance. Teague put one foot in the stirrup, swinging up low while holding back yelps of pain, and then as he plonked himself down in the saddle, that's when George raised the shotgun he left with Annie Mae for defense and pointed it right at Buster Teague. Buster said George had the decency to apologize before he announced he wasn't letting him leave, and then without another word, he took a more careful aim at his target and then pulled the trigger. Yet instead of a bang and a spray of shot, George's pull of the trigger yielded nothing but a dull click. He tried again with the second barrel, but his effort yielded the same surprising result. And then just as a panicked George broke open his gun to check if it was loaded, Buster Teague pulled 2 shotgun shells from his coat pocket, both of which he'd removed from the shotgun that previous night. His journal states that he asked them, "Looking for these?" which in my mind must have made for quite a moment. But before George could turn and rush into the cabin for his pistol or more shells, Buster Teague shot him down like a dog. The shot caught him square in the chest, knocking him back into the door frame before he crumpled and gasped, with blood spreading on his shirt. Joel doesn't control the ads. Don't be a goof. Where are you seeing ads? Usually there's not ads on... what's it called? The live streams. Deeth, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. Thank you. You now have access to bonus content. Chris Farley would have made a dope cartoon. That's true. Man, he was funny. It just seems like there's like endless hilarious skits. It's like how long... Okay, hold on a second. How long was Chris Farley on SNL? 5 seasons. 5 seasons, and you know so much more about Chris Farley's work than like the majority of every modern day SNL host and hostess or whatever the fuck they are. It's just like so embarrassing how far SNL has fallen. Robin was deaf alive long enough to have made a cartoon. He made Flubber. Flubber was definitely his kind of opus Mirandi or whatever the fuck.
In a van down by the river.
Family Guy premiered before 9/11. Why does that matter? It's the fact that he didn't, he was scheduled to be on the planes or something, you know what I mean? And then he missed. I'm not saying he did 9/11. I'm not saying, who knows, maybe actually Stewie may have coordinated 9/11 and tried to get Lois to get on the plane. The shot caught him square in the chest, knocking him back into the door frame before he crumpled and gasped, with blood spreading on his shirt. Annie Mae's face twisted up with rage, and she let out a scream that barely sounded human, and that Teague wrote sounded... That Teague wrote... The shot caught him square in the chest, knocking him back into the door frame before he crumpled and gasped, with blood spreading on his shirt. Annie Mae's face twisted up with rage, and she let out a scream that barely sounded human, and that Teague wrote sounded more like a banshee straight from hell. He said her face changed, all twisted up with fury and madness, then she came flying off the porch at him with a knife that she took from someplace. She was screaming curses, transforming into something feral and demonic right before Teague's very eyes. Not literally a demon, mind you, but the way she moved, just a ball of wild evil and hatred that scared him as bad as any peril previously faced. The woman's scream spooked Buster's horse, but he held firm, aimed his pistol, and fired another shot in her direction. He said she kept coming. Much love. Thank you, Angela. Good to see you. Do I remember where I was when 9/11 happened? I think I was in some sort of CIA bunker in Afghanistan. Me and Bin Laden were playing Counter-Strike or something. Free mode. Welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. The woman's scream spooked Buster's horse, but he held firm, aimed his pistol, and fired another shot in her direction. He said, why the fuck is my throat squeaking for this one specific one? You like American Dad better than Family Guy? American Dad was definitely like slept on, like peak Family Guy. I think peak Family Guy might have been like season 8. It's like when everybody was like still watching it, excited for like new seasons and shit. And I kind of just like wasn't a big, like I wasn't like, it was like we had so much entertainment back then, you know? Fucking American Dad, Cleveland show. It's almost like you just like took it for granted, you know? And then, but then when you go back to it, like, man, American Dad is funny as shit. You were in preschool, 9/11. Likely story. We found your passport in the streets of New York rubble. The woman's scream spooked Buster's horse, but he held firm, aimed his pistol, and fired another shot in her direction. He said she kept coming, that the first shot did nothing but knock her down for a moment. Then she was on him, clawing at his leg and tearing to tear. Then she was on him, clawing at his leg and trying to tear open the wound. Teague recocked his pistol. Teague recocked his pistol, then fired again. Only that time, the barrel was just about touching the woman's forehead, and there was no getting up from that one, let me tell you. God damn it. I just gotta get through this shit. And there was no getting up from that one, let me tell you. But even after she fell, Teague wrote that she still glared up at him as she lay there twitching, her eyes full of something unholy. Teague didn't stick around to make sure they were dead. He kicked his horse into a gallop, and pain be damned, he rode hard away from that cursed cabin and the monsters who called it home. He wrote that blood began seeping through the bandage Annie Mae had torn up, but he didn't slow until he was back on the trail and well on his way towards the pony station he was expected at. When he arrived, Teague slid off his horse and landed on the ground with a painful thud. The station keeper ran out to help him, and then once he was inside, and after a few gulps of good whiskey, Buster told the station keep where he'd been. Euthanize your grandma. I didn't even realize that was your name. I have FX on 24/7 because of my daughter's comfort show, so I definitely don't take it for granted. Yeah, Family Guy's so good, bro. Or, oh, American Dad. American Brad. Is this like a paranormal off-the-grid story? I don't think so. I think it's just like a bunch of crazy fucking people, like 8 people or some shit. Do you ever read stories that are claimed to be true but you don't believe? No, I believe every story I get is probably truer than true. Probably realer than your own self. Like, you're gonna look down at your hands and like see that they're like weirdly translucent, but Buster Teague lives on. When he arrived, Teague slid off his horse and landed on the ground with a painful thud. The station keeper ran out to help him, then once he was inside, and after a few gulps of good whiskey, Buster told the station keep where he'd been, what he'd seen, and what had happened to him. After listening to the story of how he'd been ambushed, found help, and then had to shoot his way out when they turned on him, the station keep ordered his assistant to go grab a doctor stationed about 30 miles away. Now, he wouldn't be there until the next morning, but Teague wasn't going anywhere. 2 sleepless nights had left him exhausted and in dire need of rest, and so the next time he opened his eyes, the doctor was standing over him, ready to inspect his wound. Following some good treatment and a few days' rest, Buster Teague got back on his horse and then headed back to Fort Laramie. He was hauling a fresh mochila. There's a fellow voice-made content producer. Who's that? I have no idea how you are even able to edit so quickly and how much agony it is for you to record all this stuff weekly. It takes me around a month to do stuff. Huh. Well, maybe it's just the workflow that I have, I guess. Like, so, you know, I have my streaming mic here. It's on the bottom, but then on the top, stacked above it, is my H4n microphone, right? And it's got a little remote control, and it's got a little memory stick inside of it. So every time I click like start, stop, it creates like a new file. And so but then I bring it into like Sony Vegas, right? And I got like 100 files in sequence. And then I do like the little editing trick, which is like called like ripple cut or whatever the fuck, where you like delete the, you know, the mistake, or you delete the beginning of one start and then bring it back to the mistake of the other. And then you click cut, and then it just like, you know, pulls it back together really tight wherever you cut it at. And then I just do that over and over again, and I'm able to like edit the audio in like 20 to 30 minutes pretty quick. But it just might be coming down to like finding a good workflow for yourself. And what do you do? Yeah, what do you do for production? Is it on your channel? Damn, my fucking computer's slow as shit. Oh yeah. What's this? Rudy Bundy and his orchestra. One Place Many Voices interview with Chase Porter. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, ripple edits. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe once you find a better workflow, you'll just be like, oh, damn. Never going back to that old way. How do you get around the ridiculous amount of sibilance and other stuff that our stupid throats cause? Sorry, I've heard that word, sibilance, but let me look it up again. Sibilance. Sibilance is a movie from 2016. Sorry, what the heck? Oh my gosh. How does it not? No, wait. Sibilance definition. It keeps changing it to silence. Holy fuck. Like how do we have like AI incorporated into like everything, and like autocorrect is still like enough to like drive you fucking insane? What are my computer specs? This one, I recently got a new one, but I still need to transfer all my shit over to my new computer, and I don't know. I just like have such a good workflow on this computer, I'm like afraid to make the transition. Hi, it's my first time being in a live. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, we're just recording stories, chit-chatting about nothing. Wait, so what is this word? Sibilance. Sibilance is the repetition of hissing or hushing sounds in speech or writing created by pushing air through closed teeth. In language, these sharp high-frequency sounds include S, SH, Z, and CH. Sweet. You know, I'll be honest with you, there's some editing things you can find probably through like YouTube that you could put it through Audacity and, you know, create a rack or whatever they call it, or like figure out how to get rid of it that way. But I personally don't really do a whole lot of editing outside of removing background noise for like making it sound better. Joel, do you remember the Columbine high school tragedy? I don't know. How many stories left? We're almost done with this one. We've got one more after this. Sad to admit that I've been a fan for long. I only found you about a month ago, but I got quickly encapsulated and love how you narrate. Oh, thank you. It's very nice to say. Oh yeah, guys. Also, how many... Last time we did how many push-ups? It was like 54 or something like that. And then, should we do air squats too? Should we just do like a full thing? How many do you think I can do? He was hauling a fresh mochila within a month, and apparently he wanted nothing more to get back in the saddle and rid himself of the boredom he felt at the fort. But even by his own admission, Buster Teague was never quite the same after the encounter with George and Annie Mae, if indeed those were their real names. He found he didn't trust as easy as he once had, and that he always watched the shadows a little closer as they started to fall. He said he'd had no regrets traveling. No regrets. He said he had no regrets traveling to Wyoming for work, but knew plainly that the wilds of Wyoming held secrets worse than any outlaw killers or scalp-hungry war party. Start an exercise channel. It would be very boring. How's it even possible that the stream magically brought me back to the moment when you needed to go grab the lip balm? Is that what, like, did you come, oh, that's what YouTube does. It, like, sees where you left off, and then it will, like, if you closed out, and then it will click it and take you back. Background noise, I've been great with that, so I hide what I can through the music in the background and put it through the noise reduction pass and something in Audacity. Yeah, I mean, that's about as much as I do for that. Like, when it comes to bringing this audio over to podcast, though, I have a guy who lives in South Africa. Not like you need to get someone from South Africa, but they do the audio editing and audio engineering stuff to make it sound really nice elsewhere. Now, granted, everything on YouTube that you hear is from my own editing, you know what I mean? He said he had no regrets traveling to Wyoming for work, but knew plainly that the wilds of Wyoming held secrets worse than any outlaw killers or scalp-hungry war party. For there were cannibals out there, monsters hiding behind friendly faces, who lived on the flesh of the lonely and the lost. What's your Joel have a Dr. Pepper on the house? Thank you. I wish you guys could 3D print me a Dr. Pepper right now. That'd be amazing. Dr. Pecker. Alright. Buster Scruggs is gone. Now we're on to story 3. Let's sked it. Let's spaghetti-o it. Buster Smuggs. Anything else cool you guys have been looking into or reading? When I was driving down to Baltimore, I was listening to why orca whales don't kill humans. You know what I mean? And it's just really, really fascinating stuff because, basically, orcas' brains and the folds and areas in their brain that are, responsible for communication are so incredibly advanced that, every orca pod has a, its own language, right? So if they join another pod, they wouldn't be able to, fit in. And, dude, orcas can live for 80 years. And the female orcas will have babies up to 40. And then from that point, they're one of the only creatures that go through menopause. And, which is fascinating, because you got chimps, you got humans, and then you got orcas and different subspecies of whales like that. And then, they're a matriarchal sort of hierarchy. So the matriarchs of the group will literally spend the next 40 years of their life leading their pod, and they're some of the only mammals that from the time they're born, the orca whale baby, it'll stay with their mother for the duration of its entire life, which is fascinating. And then the orca whale matriarch will convey salmon, fish, migration patterns, so they'll know where the salmon fish are going to migrate. If those particular orca only eat salmon, those orcas will like go out of their way only to eat salmon based on the fact that the matriarch conveyed the idea of eating salmon to them specifically. But if then the pod eats like, you know, seals and shit like that, they'll eat seals. But basically you know, they seem to be aware enough that if they like know, like almost every one of them know through communication and passing down of like information between each other, not even like necessarily instinctually, the orcas know that if they fuck with humans, like if they kill a human or eat a human, even though objectively speaking, like a human wouldn't really be that much like, it wouldn't be great food for them because they need like thousands and thousands and thousands of calories, right? Usually like heavy amounts of fat, whether it's like flipping over a great white shark and eating its liver, which is like something they do often. Like they'll like flip a great white shark and then the shark will just like be upside down, paralyzed, and then they'll just like dig into its liver. And then if they see a human, they just like don't fuck with the humans. Like they'll have like a pleasant interaction. Humans will literally swim through their like hunting areas and film them, and then like the orcas will like actively go out of their way to avoid smacking into the human, avoid like hurting the human. And there was like something more recently where it's like these younger adolescent orcas had like attacked some particular boats where the boats then sank, but then once the boat sank, they didn't attack the people. It was almost like they were doing it as like something that was fun, or they liked the sound of it, or I don't even know. Like they were playing with toys. Make your next screen video the astronaut with a ghostly orca. I do believe I did have a scene where there was like an orca on like a projection thing. Humans are the only animal I know of that will straight up get revenge on your ass if you kill one of ours. Which is cool. But I mean, like the orcas, you do wonder too, like how capable they are of like memory and emotional intelligence and that kind of thing. I mean, and the only time they ever killed people is when they've been like held captive with like Tilikum, you know, Tilikum from that Blackfish documentary, killing like 3 trainers, which is fucking insane. After one, he should have been like euthanized. I don't know. They really are amazing creatures, and like it's cool that we get to like share the earth with them. I read Quinn Loft's Grey Wolves series and Julie Trudel book, and wrote my own book last year, having you other YouTubers play in the background. That's cool. What did you learn about Grey Wolves? Is that what you wrote about? I never had a deer try to slime me in revenge. Humans are just built different. Yeah, we're pretty crazy. I mean, it's wild to think like the orcas are literally the apex predator of the ocean, and they're afraid of us. It's afraid! Did I finish all the stories? Now we got one more. Off the grid. These stories are off the heezy. We shouldn't impede on wild creatures' homes. I don't know. I really would love to like do some kayaking and come across some like young orcas just to like talk to them. I think they would know what I was saying, honestly. I would go like, this is one of the hardest things I've ever had to write, but I've been encouraged to do so by both my family and some highly qualified medical professionals too. So in the hopes that it'll help me process it better, I'm going to try. Nearly 8 years ago, my family's whole world was turned upside down by the sudden and unexpected death of my brother Tom. We grew up here in England, and he was the eldest by 4 years. He was a great big brother, and we always got along, but our interests couldn't have been any different. I was in my late teens when he died, so still very much in my Florence and the Machine and Sims 3 era, but Tom was doing a history degree. If you're looking for interesting stuff, the reason why many scientific words around radiations, etc., have so many different pronunciations due to the Cold War isolating us from getting it corrected. Interesting. Imagine a bunch of orcas got robotic limbs and were able to crawl onto land and do things, aka fire and metalworking. That's what they'd choose to do instantly. Orcas are not the apex in the ocean. That is, programming the government would have you believe there are much scarier terrors in the deep depths of the ocean darkness. Can you tell me what those are, please? God gave humans dominion over the earth, where the keepers of these animals were told to raise, protect, and even eat some of them. Okay, good. I was worried there for a second that chicken nuggets were sinful. I was in my late teens when he died, so still very much in my Florence and the Machine and Sims 3 era, but Tom was doing a history degree at uni. And while he'd always been into stuff like the Vikings and the Romans, going to uni obviously took things to a whole new level. After his second year, when he came home for the summer, he was obsessed with medieval Europe. Medieval, Jesus Christ, why do I like actively try to sabotage my reading. That's what they'd do if they were smart, since their aquatic environment prohibits that. I don't know, I imagine, like, if they were, I don't know, maybe they do use certain degrees of tools to accomplish things, like covering themselves in, like, sea kelp, or, obviously moving in formation with each other to, like, force large waves to knock seals off of, like, ice blocks that are floating in the ocean and stuff, which is just fucking crazy. Oh, we are live. Is it okay to sleep on this stream? Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I don't mind. But we will wake you up. How did I get into narrating horror stories? I just wanted to give it a whirly gig, and it worked out. The Megalodon never went extinct. It was always down there, in hiding. Those movies Hollywood have put out, Meg 1, Meg 2, they must tell us the truth. It is galactic law. Honestly, I think orcas could fuck up a megalodon. I think a megalodon is not smart enough to handle, like, a pod or two of orcs. Say goodnight, Meggie. Say goodnight, Megan. Megan Ladong. After his second year, when he came home from the... After his second year, when he came home for the summer, he was obsessed with medieval Europe. But his stay proved only a pit stop, because many months prior, he'd organized a 6-week stay in a replica medieval village up in the Scottish Highlands. Now, I thought that sounded right up his alley, so I was happy for him. But then the more I heard about it, the more it sounded a little bit too intense for my taste, because when they said replica village, they meant replica village. It wasn't a holiday camp by any stretch. It was a serious historical reenactment set up and funded by some Scottish university, and they weren't just doing it for a laugh either. There were no phones, no modern toilets, no electricity, and no running water. Once you were in the village, any preference to events after a certain year warranted a warning. And then once you had 3 warnings, you were quite literally banished from the village. Tom said that they were trying to maintain perfect test conditions so that the things they experienced would be the things their medieval ancestors experienced. Now that way they could understand their problems better and gain a greater understanding of the medieval way of life. Like I said, it sounded like a dream holiday in many ways, and seeing him off was a laugh because we were all making jokes about him speaking Old English upon his return, or waving a sword about and calling for a crusade every time the local miscreants started throwing eggs or toilet paper around the estate. Tom said he'd call us when he got there, as in before he had to hand his phone in, and then he'd call us 6 weeks after when he got it back. Do I not have mods in the chat? I think they're in here. Hiding, lurking, as they say, lurking like a megalodon at the bottom of The ocean. The question is, though, if megalodons still exist, what would a megalodon even eat? You know? There's not enough, like, food, I feel like. Unless they're specific. I mean, would they go after a blue whale? Probably, right? It's the biggest animal in the history of animals. But, you know who does kill blue whales is fucking orcas. They're fucking ruthless, bro. How can you become a mod? I don't know, it just has to make sense. Both said in the same science conference because that's the way these things have been said for like 80 years now, where exposure to the correct way started at the USSR collapsing in the 90s. Interesting. Currently drinking pumpkin tea while watching an event. Pumpkin candles lit in my dark living room by room. Perfect ambience. That does sound nice. Tom said he'd call us when he got there, as in before he had to hand his phone in, and then he'd call us 6 weeks after when he got it back. Now, we're all really excited to hear from him, and then after 5 weeks, we were counting the days until we got that call from him. But then only about 3 or 4 days before Tom was due to come home, we got a call from a police officer up in Scotland who had some devastating news for us. While Tom and a few other villagers had been out hunting, they'd been walking along the crest of a hill when Tom slipped. Now, the slope wasn't exceptionally steep, so he might have been able to steady himself after a couple of tumbles, but after smashing his head on a rock almost immediately after slipping, he'd been knocked unconscious, and after tumbling down the hill, he was found with a broken neck. The villagers abandoned protocol to try and save his life and had the caretaker, the man who took everyone's phones, call 999 before rushing to the scene with a first aid kit. But there's nothing in a first aid kit that can fix a broken neck, and we were told that only maybe a minute or two after he slipped and fell, Tom was dead. It was all just so tragic. The villagers couldn't move him because he'd suffered a head injury, but either... What's up, May? How we doing? But neither could the ambulance. But neither could the ambulance service actually access the village because the roads turned to a narrow, muddy tracks run. Megalodons were cannibals and snacked on little megalodons? So wait, they just like reproduce and eat their babies like out the gate? Like what? I don't know. I just don't think megalodons still exist if they're like... Because like how low in the depths would they have to be? Would they be like bottom dwellers and then just eat squids? I kind of feel if they're anything in relation to the great whites, you would assume they would operate very similar where they're ambush hunters or something of that nature. Do you ever get a feeling something's off? Friends acting different when they're alone, everyone's being fake? Friends acting different? In what way? What are they fake about? Like they don't actually like you or something? Or are they like planning to maybe eat your liver with some fava beans? Joe, actually, if you could, can you please mispronounce words? Mystery. You should do more deep web stories if they ever come in. I think the genre of horror stories kind of died off during COVID. We have to get back in there. We have to access the Onion router. Has there been any, like, deep web movies? Mermaid said the beluga whale. Wait, a mermaid said that? Ever get a feeling that something's off? And then I asked that question, you said yes, playing around with someone? Do you mean like someone's cheating on you? You get a feeling someone is cheating on you? Is that what you're asking? Well, because what do you mean your friends are playing around with someone like they're playing games without playing Valorant without you or something like that? They're playing Helldivers 2 in another Discord. The humanity! The villagers couldn't move him because he'd suffered a head injury. But neither could the ambulance service actually access the village because the roads turned to narrow, muddy tracks running through woodland, and it was those the villagers used to access their homes. And it was those the villagers used to access their homes. Tom was lying there for about an hour before an air ambulance showed up to take him to hospital, but by then, he'd stopped breathing for almost 45 minutes, and there was no saving him. Now, the police officer Mom and Dad spoke to said his fellow villagers were absolutely devastated, and a few of them actually wrote to us, pen and paper letters too, saying how sorry they were and how lovely Tom was, but they act nice, but something is off. I don't know, if you feel like your friends are not actually your friends, you might, like, instead of being paranoid, just ask them, be like, hey, are you okay? You seem different lately or whatever, and they're like, oh, why is that? And make sure you do it over, like, call or in person, right? Because it's hard to gauge shit over text, But I don't know. If you feel like someone is, like, taking away from your life rather than giving to it, what's the point of, like, continuing to be their friend? Just not even worry about that stupid shit. I can't be the first best, but I ever considered it an audiobook, especially for dark romance. Yeah, it's funny. It's like I made an account for AXG or whatever it is, which was like the self-published Audible thing. You could get your book self-published, and then you could, like, recruit people to be, voice actors or, like, narrators for your audiobooks. And I mean, my audition or, like, my, like, whatever it is that I made for that website has to be, like, over 10 years old. But I will still get, like, emails from people asking if I'd like to voice their, like, gay werewolf romance novel. And just to clarify, I would rather not do that.
Not because I don't appreciate a gay fucking werewolf, but it's a lot of time. It's a big time commitment.
The police officer Mom and Dad spoke to said his fellow villagers were absolutely devastated, and a few of them actually wrote to us, pen and paper letters too, saying how sorry they were and how lovely Tom was, and that their hearts were just broken like ours were. It was a really nice gesture, to be honest, and those letters meant a lot to me. So much so that I read one of them at his funeral about 2 weeks later. I had to read it through a flood of tears, but I did manage to finish, and everyone said afterwards how beautifully written the letter had been. But now, after my dad announced an email had arrived in his inbox, written by a former I never asked about your schooling or degree. You seem intellectual. I went to nursing school, so I have a bachelor's degree in the science of nursing or whatever, but I wouldn't say that my intellectuality, if you want to even call it that, comes from anything I learned in fucking nursing. You know what I mean? Not to put down nurses, but they're not, they're certainly not the most intellectual people. I think a lot of, like, my language, I guess you could say, really just comes from a general interest in listening to, like, just people talk about stuff all the time. Like, as soon as YouTube came onto the scene and, like, or as soon as I found it, I guess, in 2008 or some shit like that, I would just, like, listen to people talk about things, and I think just inadvertently that's kind of where I picked up language. Can you do Botox and filler for us with his degree? Dude, why do people even fuck with that shit, bro? Just be naturally pretty. Like, all this stuff, trying to fill your face with, like, weird goo that may or may not, like, melt out of your nose or make your, like, jowls drop to the floor suddenly if you, like, interacted with a weird substance. It's just not worth it, bro. Do I draw? I was like huge into drawing when I was a kid. I drew literally like from the first time someone said I was good at it in like kindergarten. I just kept doing it until like high school. I took some classes in high school, and then I kind of fell off in college. And then at the end of college, I took like a drawing class as like an elective and really enjoyed it. I'm a big fan of just reading and learning stuff all the time. Yeah, I don't really read a lot. I feel like I should, because I find that like my ability to retain information it just gratefully increases as I read. Hi, kitty. The cat's like falling at my feet. Please pet me with your toes. Joel, not all of us are as aesthetically gifted as you. Aesthetically? Yeah, but if you're referring to like getting Botox, dude, you're beautiful. Like, okay, listen. I have never, ever seen someone that's gotten some degree of like work done. And well, I would say 99% of them I see, and I'm just like, oh God, why did they do that to themselves? You know what I mean? Because in the same way that I thought like people would get over, or that music might get better, thinking that people were kind of like over the whole Katy Perry type shit, and that pop music, you know, might break away into a bunch of, I guess, like niche concepts that people would be interested in, which is kind of how a lot of people consume music, but I just kind of thought pop music might get better over time. I also thought that like plastic surgery might also get better, to the point where I thought it was almost like it would be like OP, like it was going to be too good. But I genuinely think like all of the terrible aspects of like plastic surgery and lip filler and all that kind of shit that they sell to people is basically now like selling you like a mental illness. It's like it hasn't gotten any better. People still look sort of terrifying, like they're getting ready for to be like a Hollywood movie monster. But then the people that give it to you are somehow, that's like the real impressive part, is the fact that they can show up and it looks like they just got stung by like 50 bees in the face, and they're like, I know how to make you look pretty. You're like, what? No, stay away from me. You can like see their like skin like pulsating with some sort of like mysterious goo. And I don't even know, bro. They're like the master marketers behind this insanity. Have you seen the girl who is injecting silicone into her face herself and done a horrible allergic reaction? See, that's how it should be done. It should just be DIY, and you learn the hard way. You said to me earlier, do you know everything? And in reality, I've just read scientific research a lot since I was like 15, so I don't know everything, just 20-ish years worth of nerdery. Oh no, I was saying, the only reason I said it is because you said like people that think they know everything. It wasn't necessarily, I was asking it sort of like facetiously, because I know nobody can know everything, right? It's like we can feel like we know everything in the same way that, like, scientifically, in the same way that like someone who's very, very religious can think that they've got the entirety of reality figured out. I think someone in the same realm of like learned higher education can, like, I some of the dumbest fucking people I've ever met have a PhD. Some of the dumbest, biggest a-holes I've ever met, hyper specialized in some type of like higher education, and it's, I don't know, you know. At the end of the day, I think it more comes down to like, what are your personality characteristics? And if it's curiosity and having a degree of humility, to me, that's like way more admirable, and I'm going to listen to it, because you're not a big meanie pants. She doesn't do anything to get help, though. Her eyes are literally swollen shut, but she just keeps going and keeps injecting. As she should. She's seeing her decisions through in life, and I think that is something we all can learn from. It's like jumping off a bridge, and the bridge distance is, thousands of miles on the descent. And at some point, somebody along the way was like, hey, do you know, like, at the bottom of this, you're going to turn into just a splatter? and they're in like a little helicopter that can float next to you, and they're like, we can get you out of here. And you're like, no, I'd like to keep falling into nothing, into the abyss, please. You have a theoretical degree in physics. That's cool. Everyone I know with a PhD or master's is an idiot. My ex thought the only women can contract HIV/AIDS. He had a literal rocket scientist for SpaceX. It's funny. I mean, I guess he's just like hyper specialized in what his stuff was, but I don't know. Like sometimes I look at like universities. I've interacted with people who work at universities. I'm like, dude, universities and people with PhDs and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that there's not some of them doing some cool stuff, some sick ass work on mice or whatever. You know, taking a mice, putting it in a sock, filling it with butter, and just smashing it on a table until you find out how much butter plus, you know, smashing on table ratio does it take to like kill a mouse. Like that's important stuff to look into. But I feel like for the most part, people who work in like academia literally are just going to like adult daycare all fucking day while having like one of the cushiest jobs of all time, and while also like simultaneously accruing more debt for some reason. I don't know, like if you're someone who just like feels proud at the age of like 35 that you're still accruing large sums of debt that is only theoretically going to be made back or paid, you know what I mean? Like I have to question that level of intelligence, you know what I mean?
Many such cases.
My ex thought that you could only get pregnant during your periods. He has 6 kids. Lack of sex education failed him. Your ex has 6 kids? Are they all yours? They're all from the same litter?
Everybody gather round, find yourself a teat. Tonight's milk is chocolate.
It's for the reward points. Yeah, going to college to accrue reward points. Once you hit $100,000 to $300,000 in debt, you get one sticker that says "I voted" and a COVID mask. But now, after my dad announced an email had arrived in his inbox, written by a former member of the village, I'm struggling to decide how to feel about them and what to do with them. And for the second time in 10 years, our entire world was turned upside down. The email had been written by a girl named Sarah, who claimed to have been present at the village at the time of Tom's death. And then after a string of apologies and claims she wished things could have been different and sorry. You burnt your marshmallow. Are you outside? It's like in the microwave. Did you put it in the microwave? I want to go to like the Philippines and it tells you how to like cook a ramen or something and it says put it in the microwave. Open stream and Joel says something about milk. It's good stuff. It's good for the bones. The email had been written by a girl named Sarah who claimed to have been present at the village at the time of Tom's death. And then after a string of apologies and claims she wished things could have been different, Sarah had making cheese in the microwave. Microwave. Milk is gross. Matt, we know that's a subjective opinion, and therefore not objective fact. The email had been written by a girl named Sarah who claimed to have been present at the village at the time of Tom's death, and then after a string of apologies and claims she wished things could have been different, Sarah had a horrifying confession to make. This sentence seems fucked up, and I'm pissed. It's just, I don't know, something about it grammatically doesn't make sense. Then after a string of apologies and claims... Okay, so this doesn't make any sense. Then after a string of apologies and claims, she wished... Oh, the claims are part of this other part. Of course, I'm an idiot, sorry. Okay, then after a string of apologies and claims she wished things could have been different. Are they multiple claims? Then after a string of apologies and claims she wished things could have been different. Okay, Jesus Christ, why is this so hard? What kind of music do you listen to, Joseph? Pretty much everything you could even freaking think of in your head. That's how eclectic I am. Honestly, you name a single song, and I probably have listened. Then after a string of apologies and claims she wished things could have been different, Sarah had a horrifying confession to make. Tom's death wasn't an accident. He'd been murdered. Sarah explained that he too had been a big history buff and was studying the subject at St. Andrews University when she heard about the replica village. She was told all the same things, that it was a serious reconstruction for the purposes of academic study, and that as long as you followed the rules, a person could learn a whole lot about the past and themselves, and all while having fun doing it. She signed up, was given her arrival date, and then, while the first few days proved a proper shock to the system for her, she eventually found her rhythm and started to really enjoy herself. There was just one big problem, and that was how some of the villagers seemed to be a lot more willing to get into character, as it were, than others. The Middle Ages were not a great time to be a woman, or someone who didn't believe in God. And I'm not trying to scare some political points by saying this, it's just the truth. Oh, score. Score! Freaking score. Even to NBA Youngboy, I understand what he's saying half the time, and he never will. NBA Youngboy is a CIA plant. A Venus flytrap. A penis flytrap. The Middle Ages were not a great time to be a woman, or someone... You know, it was actually really funny to see people get, like, canceled for their interpretations of a movie. Like, imagine something as subjective as, like, a piece of art essentially being, you know, so impenetrable from an outside perspective that you get, like, shamed into deleting your movie review. It's just, I don't know, I saw that on the internet and I'm just like, I get it. Like, someone might say something quite rude about whatever, but the idea that that person whose whole channel is, like, you know, based around their potentially rude opinion about something for the sake of entertainment or whatever, I don't know, just seems like a bit much to get on somebody about. I also saw something really funny too related to obsession, where it was like Fortnite, you know, Fortnite, you know, I think it was just a joke, but they were talking about, like, adding, you know, obsession skins to Fortnite with Nikki, Ian, Bear, the whole crew, right? And just the top comments were all just like, you can keep Bear. We don't want to play Fortnite with Bear. Meanwhile, you'll have, like, literal murderers as, like, character, you know what I mean? Like, Art the fucking clown is a character in, like, Fortnite, which, like, I remember him, like, holding a woman, like, upside down and, like, literally eviscerating her down the middle, or whatever it's called. Like a fucking vivisection down the middle, starting at her fucking butt and vagina, and somehow they're like, you can keep Bear. Just, like, I'm not saying Bear's character was good, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, like, holy shit, like, the hive mind has really, like, I would not be fucking surprised if the actor who played Bear is unable to get a job acting you know, in Hollywood in whatever position, solely because people dislike his character so much as like a larger conglomerate of thought. Joel, do you play video games? If so, are you excited for GTA 6? Yes, I am. I'm really excited. Michael Myers is literally yeah, I don't know. It is kind of strange. Some people, like, I swear to God, some people have like legitimate crushes on like the dude from Scream. Like one of their fucking like fetishes during sex or whatever is to put on the Scream mask. Maybe hold a gun to their head. Who knows? Who knows? I'm just saying. But then they're like, fuck Bear. Bear can eat shit. I'm not, once again, Bear's not a great guy, folks. Complex character. Honestly, I feel like a lot of like obsession can be kind of summed up by like, it was bad writing. Like, I just feel like there was so much of the concepts of the characters that just sort of like bounced around so much that I couldn't fully get like a complete grasp of who everyone really was. And the fact that a lot of like the plot kind of gets like filled in by like exposition that happened off camera. I'm just like, did they just like, or like, oh fuck, we gotta make sense of this quick. Just like write a random expositional line into it that helps tie it together. It's because career killers are socially acceptable, but random killers by proxy of event equal bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. I guess it's the same reason why like some people might fall in love with like a serial killer and go visit them in jail. I don't know. It's quite hard to wrap the head around. Bear sucks. Bear did suck. Yeah, he was not a good guy. But you know, to pretend that he's like worse than fucking Art the Clown, who's like gonna like giggle as he like decapitates you, is just like weird to me. I don't know. The Ghostface mask has definitely been co-opted by a lot of dark romance novels. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes I like wonder if like, are these like original thoughts in people's heads? The fact that like such a large group of people kind of like rally around a particular idea or hating one particular person, but then also like simultaneously as like a fucking hive of bees like rally around the idea of wearing a Ghostface mask. Like I'm just like, does anyone have any like original kinks or shames or any, you know what I mean? Like, does everything just come from what like the other groupies think? Like I'm like, I don't know, it's just fucking weird to me. Who falls in love with a serial killer? Me, dude. Me. I used to visit Jason Voorhees in jail. Who wrote his character, honestly? I think it was just, what's his name? You know, Curry Barker. That's not to say, I mean, I really liked Obsession. I watched it twice, and I thought, and I got a different perspective on the second time around, realizing that it was, you know, Bear's character was aware of the influence that thing had over Nikki. Well, like basically at that like date where she freaks out saying no, no, no. That's like where he had a bit of like a flashback and you know, had the sort of like implied perception like, oh yeah, this is, I can get away with this. And then it like immediately, you know, she freaks out and she's like, is it a problem? He's like, no. And then it cuts to them like having sex, right? And it kind of like gives the impression that like she's like not in control of her body, and it almost like is very much reminiscent of like a rape scene, the way someone might disassociate during rape or whatever. Yeah, it sucks. What movie or show we're talking about? I don't even remember, honestly. Have I seen The Odyssey? I have not. I watched like Red Letter Media. They're like, I usually like their movie reviews, and mainly because they're like level-headed, you know what I mean? Like I would say Red Letter Media doesn't really allow the culture war of things to kind of like divide or influence their perspectives towards just the general value of a movie, you know what I mean? But sometimes I would say like it almost, I don't know, you get so addicted to being mad, right? It's so addicting to just get like mad about everything. But they seem to really like I don't know. Like the one guy, Mike, like really thinks that they're gonna win a bunch of fucking Oscars for the Odyssey. So maybe it's good. But everybody I've like just heard anecdotally, they're just like, it was whatever. It was mediocre. It was mid, and that's fine. I'm not super motivated to go think about it. What did I think about Obsession? I thought the sound design just like absolutely blew it out of the... Like I thought Indy Navarrete's like acting was insane. Like her range was perfect. And I just thought the sound design of that movie and the color grading is something to me that like was next level. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't say the story itself was anything more extraordinary than like a creepypasta. I'm not trying to put him down, you know, or anything like that. It's kind of what it was. It was just like a cursed item story, you know. Obviously, certain other things to derive from it for sure. But the one thing I thought was interesting is, have you guys heard of Loeb? We're going to look up Loeb real quick because I have nothing else to do other than my job. But Loeb AI. Loeb popped up around 2022 in like the sort of beginnings of like AI art and all that kind of stuff. But Loeb, L-O-A-B, is a famous, eerie, and persistent AI-generated portrait described as the first cryptid of latent space. Discovered in 2022 by musician and artist Steph Maj Swanson, aka Supercomposite, Loeb emerged when the artist used negative prompt weights in an AI image generator by instructing the AI to generate images as different as possible from specific prompts. The AI unexpectedly hallucinated the distinct face of a woman with red cheeks, sunken eyes, and a stern expression. The AI strongly associated her image with disturbing themes, gore, and horror, causing the character to haunt and persist across multiple generations of AI image crossbreeding. But yeah, so like, and then, I don't know, people started seeing it within like AI or something like that, like different AI generated images. And it was interesting because people had pointed out that whenever Nikki is in the corner of the room saying, "Go back to sleep," you know, pretty creepy, right? That she had a very uncanny appearance in the corner of the room. And that uncanny appearance looked very, very similar to like Loeb, somebody implying that like maybe Loeb was in some strange way, maybe like a time traveling, this is kind of a jump obviously, right? But hey, fuck it. Some sort of like time traveling demon that's been able to access, or an interdimensional being of sorts, right? That's able to access humanity through the power of AI, through like basically the possession of technology. And in a strange abstract way able to influence art to represent its image, and in this case like the uncanny image of Nikki's character in the corner of the room. And I was like, holy fuck, that's stupid as shit and probably wrong, but I really like the idea that like some sort of being is able to coordinate things through time, you know, pretty much unavoidably. But there was definitely something that Curry Barker did absolutely correct in the writing of that movie, solely because of how much discourse it generated, you know what I mean? Like the fact that so many people are talking about, you know, Obsession, both in argumentation. I mean, literally, what better way to market a film when people are canceling each other over having a different opinion of it, you know? Like that's, to me, that's a beautiful thing. Like, imagine if you wrote that movie and you just saw everyone going nuts about it, but in reality you're like, oh, I wasn't really supposed to be all of that, but I'm just gonna like step back and and I almost kind of like wonder to an extent is maybe they like purposefully wrote the movie to be confusing solely so that no one can ever like really arrive at like a definitive answer about some of the stuff that they've argued about. Do you think Tom Holland can break out of a Spider-Man character? I don't think he will like be like Tobey. I mean, Tobey Maguire had a lot of roles, I think, prior to, but I mean, Tobey Maguire, you know, you're always going to see Tobey Maguire. And Tom Holland, I mean, similar fashion. Like to me, he's always going to be a young fella, a young, skinny, petite gentleman. I know he's a man who's probably 30 or something at this point, Nothing against him. I think he's fantastic, genuinely fantastic. In a weird way, I almost feel like Tom Holland might be geared better towards like voice acting. As weird as that sounds, like just being some really cool like British character in a like voice acting thing. I know that's kind of a down shoot, but I'm just trying to think like long term here. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like he looks too, like same with Zendaya, like they just look too young too long. Like there was nothing about them that ever seemed to progress to like that. Like they always look like Charmander, never quite Charmeleon or Charizard. Because so many people miss the point, which was that Bear is the villain, but the people, mostly guys, arguing that he isn't, were wildly blind of how fucked up what he did was. Well, can you explain to me exactly what he did? Because I don't think anyone would have ever in their mind, when doing that little, like, I hope she loves me more than anyone in the fucking world, you know what I mean? Like, ever anticipated that actually working. And then the only solution for Bear was what? Like the guy on the phone said, you have to kill her or kill yourself. Now, obviously, the number one worst thing that he did was when he like had some degree of realization. I would say at least like 85% realization that she was under some spell, and then sexually taking advantage of that. Like, obviously, that's reprehensible and makes him the most hated character in the movie. But I don't know. There's just like the whole thing. Like, like at that, there was never like a clear indication of what is he supposed to kill her? Like, is he supposed to kill himself? Like, and then you could see at the end it expanded upon his like cowardice, because like he took the pills after things went completely fucking sideways, and then tried to throw up or whatever, but then like, you know, her wish made him. I genuinely was kind of hoping that they would just like love each other at the end and, you know, be together forever and just basically just stare at each other until they die from starvation. I spaced out for a while back. The music here with the banter feels like you're telling us about a conspiracy theory about Tom Holland's now. That's true. Your brain has been conditioned just like I like it. I'm your Tom Holland. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Do I know Mort? Not really, no. What's even is the movie called? Bear? No, it's called Obsession. That part, him sleeping with her when he knew it was genuinely her consenting, what was the point? A lot of guys missed. I think because it was weird, because when I watched it the second time, it like, the part where, what's his name, Ian? Like, dude, you know what would be wild? Imagine if, like, you know, those guys sent out different versions of that horror movie to the different theaters solely to cause like different interpretations and different arguments. Would that not be like a brilliant marketing strategy, knowing that like arguments cause sales, right? You know, us having like a division down our interpretation of stuff causes people to go see the movie, right? But like, I swear to God, when I saw the movie the second time, it didn't show me. Like, it showed Bear in the restaurant with her, but when she was saying no, no, no. Before that, like, having the phone call and him talking about, like, the cancer, and I checked in with the dad is healthy as a baby or whatever the fuck. But there was a point where he got off the phone and they had, like, a quick flashback. Like, these weird sort of expositional flashbacks that showed, you know, him interpreting the situation as like, oh, this does work, you know. But I swear to God, the first time I saw it, I didn't see that. So that I was under the interpretation, even whilst him having that next sex scene, that he was just thinking like him and Nikki are just like, you know, she just fell in love with him or whatever, you know. And that it wasn't until things like went fucking insano mode that he called and then realized, like, and who knows, maybe this is what other dudes, because they missed that, they saw when she went insano mode and then called, and then at that point no longer had sex with her. It was almost like he was in the right due to his ignorance or whatever, you know. And then the only solution therein was to kill yourself or kill her, in which he couldn't do either, because like still he's struggling with the idea of like, is this even real? What the fuck is going on? But like a lot of the times, like the audience is super privy to a bunch of information, but obviously the character is not privy to it. So it's just a lot, But after the second viewing, yes, it did seem like he was aware of something, but it also kind of blows my mind, like, how could he be so sure as a character that his little spell thing... And also, why did the people that sold it to him, like, not take it that seriously? I don't know. There was so much of the writing in that movie, I'm just like, it seems just strange reactions from everyone throughout, What's up, Michael NC? How we doing, bro? The movie sounds like a movie I'd like to avoid. Yeah, I mean, if you've said before that you like feel like have excess empathy in like movies, I would say that movie, like just the sound design alone, is bonkers. But the part where she begged him to kill her and his response was, "What's so bad about being with me?" which is further invalidation for autonomy, and that's what... Well, that was the weird thing to me, is that like he seemed like, on my first watch of it, he seemed like he was like responding relatively normally to most things, in the sense of being like, because I mean, initially when he got with her in the bedroom, whenever they first were getting together, like that first night after he broke the thing, the willow thing, he even slept on the ground. So in my mind, it kind of made it seem like he's trying his best to like, not take advantage of someone here, especially if they're on drugs or whatever. But then his response later on about what's so bad about being with me, I'm just like, it didn't feel like, I guess maybe that was like revealing of his character overall, like, but it also felt so unnatural based on his reactions previously, if that makes sense. But then I also was thinking like, well, maybe he's going nuts because things have been so nuts, so he's going nuts, right? So I'm thinking maybe all the characters are progressing at a similar rate of insanity due to the proximity to some cursed item. I don't know. There's a lot of like weird things, but yeah, definitely sexually took advantage of things after that dinner scene. Ori Potter, welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. But also, yeah, begging her to kill her. Like some people I saw saying like, why didn't he kill her? It's like, how... Does he just come up with a fork and he's just like, just stabs her in the neck over again? He's like, all right, that took care of that. And then I don't know, like he has to explain to everyone in jail that you guys don't get it. She was possessed by a willow branch. I had to stab her in the neck, Your Honor. Do you agree with the theory that the shop worker girl used to her wish to become a man? I didn't even think about that, but that, I mean, I don't... Was there any indication of the shopkeeper girl in the beginning, like, wanting to be a man or anything? Did she say anything? You should write a book. You seem very well versed in horror and writing. I mean, I really should write. I think my life would be so much happier if I just wrote, if I just, took time out of my day to pretty consistently write. And then I could present the story. I literally have this exact platform to like present stories to you guys, whether it's like in the bonus content or whatever fictional stuff. And I don't know, maybe I'm like just afraid of failure, which I know a lot of people do get afraid of failure. But why would I fail? It wouldn't really be a fail. It'd just be like an attempt, right? There's no such thing as failure, just continuous attempts. Because when Bear went back to the shop, it was a male worker instead saying, I already used my wish. Yeah, but I thought it was just like... I mean, that certainly would be another thing to throw in there, you know what I mean? You think I should write Sonomi? Okay, alright, I'll be a writer, guys. I'll be fucking Stephen King 2 Electric Boogaloo mixed with Curry Farter. Obsession on Peacock? Nice, yeah, I think it's on YouTube, too. It's on Fluby. I just got a membership after listening to Joel for 10 years. That's all it took. 10 years of advertising. We finally got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. A lot of the movie is subsequently an allegory for victimization around loss of autonomy, which inevitably was a massive point of derision for people. Yeah, it's weird, though, because I feel like I also recall, like, the director or people in interviews saying that it's, like, not that. Like, it wasn't, like... necessarily supposed to be like an allegory for anything. It was more just supposed to be like creepy stuff happens and it's creepy, and people have their reactions to it in their character context, but I can see certainly the interpretation of that for sure. But it's weird because I almost also have the inclination to think that like it wasn't as deep as that. Like the writing was just, it was almost like this whole movie was like in a weird way like a fluke, if that makes sense. And the fact that so many people kind of like went with what the interpretation was, you know, to him, Curry Barker's just like, yeah, you guys think whatever you want, that's fine. Just make sure you see the movie 1,000 times, please. And argue about it, too, on social media. Haven't seen Backrooms. What do you think about that movie? I wasn't, you know, Backrooms is just kind of forgettable. I thought it was pretty. Like, it had everything for a pretty movie. It's just the story was just very whatever. Like, nothing, I don't know. Got to the second half, and it just, like, it had to, like, hurry up and, like, have a conflict. Because, I mean, objectively speaking, in some ways, Backrooms as a whole just doesn't really have, or I mean, it has a conflict, but it's very personal to yourself because you're lost there, you're uncomfortable, you're like, what is this? And then there's no solution, right, I guess? You, like, no clip there out of nowhere, and you're like, what the fuck? You know, and I don't know. And then maybe there's a monster, but I don't know if the monster was introduced in video game mods or something. Dude's supposed to do the next Texas Chainsaw. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he'll kill it. Maybe he'll kill it. Maybe he'll absolutely fucking like knock it out of the park. I hope so. I think his comedy with his friend who played Ian or whatever is really funny. But I don't know about this whole like having comedians write horror all the time. Like, I mean, I guess they get better over time, right? Everybody gets better over time, hopefully. I don't know. I kind of like, I really hope that he has no comedic relief in the story at all for Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because I can't fucking stand comedic relief in my horror movies. I need them to be scary the whole time so I don't get taken out of it. I don't need any levity in the horrors of reality. Need to see Indy Navarrete get a rare Modern Warfare 2 copy. I have some weird feeling that she's not as much of a nerd as she likes to say she is. It's just, it feels very nerdy because it's a girl, an attractive woman who plays Call of Duty, and some of the more like I'd be really curious to find out what like her deep cuts are. You know what I mean? Like, what is the really fucking like niche shit that nobody knows about other than just like what, watching fucking One Piece? Everyone's grandma's seen One Piece. There was just one big problem, and that was how some of the villagers seemed to be a lot more willing to get into character, as it were, than others. The Middle Ages were not a great time to be a woman or someone who didn't believe in God. And I'm not trying to score some political points by saying this, it's just the truth. And so in order to get actually into character and create the physical and mental conditions by which 14th century peoples lived, the occupant of the replica village tried really hard to get into that headspace. But some tried much, much harder than others. Sarah said that the choice punishment for minor infractions was beating, and if the new villages... Yeah, Matt, you said you write a lot of sci-fi. What kind of sci-fi you been writing lately? That's very... Oh, you're wearing a Nirvana shirt? Name 5 albums. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for, but I don't know. A lot of people are like, bro, she's just like us. She's just like us. It's like, oh, really? Is she just like us? Where's her fursuit? Where's her fucking fursuit? I mean, she used to stream games for like 2 years to pay bills before she got the role. No, yeah, it's cool, but haven't we all? No, I'm just kidding. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, being elitist about. No, but I think that's cool. But I just, I don't know why. Like, sometimes you can just like read someone's body language, and when she got like the Call of Duty thing, I feel like her face was like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck? Like, what? What? Is this this PlayStation? Sarah said the choice punishment for minor infractions was beating, and if the newer villagers didn't place their faith and trust entirely in God, the older villagers treated them like dirt until they came around and started talking and praying like a true Christian. What's more, some of the older villagers weren't at the end of their 6-week stay. They'd been there for literally years, having thrown away their old, more complicated modern lives in favor of living hundreds of years in the past. Now you can get a sense of what Sarah is trying to say in her email before she comes out and says it. When she does, it's not any less shocking. She said the village wasn't just some academic pursuit. Joel definitely asked a girl wearing a band tee to name 5 of their songs. Yeah, name five Boards of Canada deep cuts. You fucking bitch. And then I sprayed her with pepper spray because I think she was going to do something to me. Justin, literally name 5 video games right now. I don't even know if he could do that. All Justin does is travel. He has his Filipino assistant schedule his pedicures. He, hangs out with like Anne Hathaway. Goes to the red carpet showing of the IMAX Odyssey. He was in the Odyssey. We don't know which role. Probably Elliot Page, stunt double or something like that. He's just very, Justin's, peak Hollywood. I've been writing fantasy lately, been single-mindedly focused on post-apocalypse city builder type thing with magic for the past 2 months, so that's cool. Post-apocalypse city builder type thing with magic. Did the magic manifest after the apocalypse, or everybody unlocks some latent evolution or something? Could you make your videos into a 10-hour long video? 10 hours? Can you just play a playlist or something? 10 hours is a long time. I don't honestly think I could do that. Name 5 Junos. Shit. She said the village wasn't just some academic pursuit, and while it might have started that way, it had long since devolved into a kind of off-the-grid cult. Women who'd been beaten or even violated were essentially told that if they went to the police, the entire village would rally around their abuser and ensure that there were no arrests or convictions. The villagers also made it clear that they'd launch a kind of counter-accusation campaign to discredit and demoralize anyone who tried to blow the whistle. Their lives and academic careers would be destroyed systematically, and so with that sword of Damocles? Damocles? Sword of Damocles. Never heard of that.
Sounds made up.
The Sword of Damocles is an ancient Greek parable about the anxieties of leadership. Damocles, a flatterer of the tyrant Dionysus of Syracuse, praised the ruler's fortunate life. To teach him a lesson, Dionysus seated Damocles as a lavish banquet, but hung a sharp sword above him, suspended by a single horsehair. See, we need more of these kind of stories. Just very cut and dry fucking metaphors with people with godlike sculpture bodies. Okay. How the hell? Yeah, that's what I was looking. How to say Damocles. Damocles? Fucking shit. Okay, we got it. Jesus Christ, Joel, you are kidding. How have you not at least heard this term, Sword of Damocles? Shaking head. Because I'm 4 years old. I was born literally couple months ago. Only 48 months ago. Have you considered writing and singing your own song? Yes. You're darned if you do, damned if you don't. True. Can't make nobody happy. But it's weird though. I mean, I think about the people that like take down their literal video, right? And maybe they perceived it and they're like, you know what? That's true. My interpretation of that was incorrect. Similar to my second watch of like Obsession, but it's like, I don't know, the idea that people can just like bully you into like removing something you've, put up. It's like they're existing in your space and they're telling you how to think and what you know what I mean? Like, even if you're like dastardly wrong, it's fucking entertainment. Be wrong about entertainment. You have every right in your life to be as wrong as you possibly can be for entertainment. Now, things you shouldn't be wrong for is whether or not a bungee cord is too long. I don't know. Just seems weird to me. But you keep flip-flopping on Obsession? I'm not flip-flopping on Obsession. I'm just, wait, how am I flip-flopping? What am I even flip-flopping on? The thing is, like, you're interpreting reality too much through the perspective of, like, a black and white perspective. Like, there's all sorts of, like, minutia that you can pick up on hence why, like, so much of the writing in that movie almost makes me think, like, it was just, I don't even know, not, like, thought out, or maybe, like, thought out so well that it was supposed to create a degree of confusion, which I guess is good, right? I don't know. What's the flip-flopping? This ain't no Damocles. Afterwards, like a year into it, a wildly simplified explanation would be an interdimensional Taurus deity shows on Earth for a few minutes every 100 years or so, showing up during apocalypse. Oh, okay. It was late. It was there to stop the apocalypse, so I was like, oh, fuck, I'm late. You instinctually went back to your old obsession take off of obstinance. What was my old take of it, though? And what does obstinance mean? You sure you didn't mean abstinence? I'm just kidding. Obstinance. As a trait, being unreasonably determined to act in a particular way and stubbornly refusing to change your opinion, yield, or persuasion. What particular part of the movie did you think that I was being stubborn about? Do I believe in ghosts? Yeah, I do. Well, they're probably like, I believe more in like demons. What's your thoughts on the Hansel and Gretel part of Obsession? Yeah, I mean, it was, that was very strange, because I mean, like he said, I love you like my brother, and then like the Hansel and Gretel writing part was like talking about, if you don't fuck me, I'm gonna like peel off the skin on your arm and roll it into like a fleshy fruit by the foot and fucking shove it in my vagina. You know what I mean? Like, that was fucking crazy. She delivered that amazingly, though, like just how fucking weird it was. But then it also makes you wonder, like, did the thing that possessed her, like, was it deriving its memories from her brain? Or, you know what I mean? To, like, generate a writing thing and, like, a way to, like, mock her? Is that how the demon works? I don't know. It's like, sometimes there's, like, certain aspects of it. It's like, what are the rules of this world? Well, that's like me trying to cram 20 pages worth of backstory. Okay, not even the extra story in 200. Yeah, it's all good. No worries. Oh, El Gusto, you switched to the Hansel and Gretel part. You have to explain what my stubbornness part was, because I feel like I'm not being stubborn about it. I feel like I touch points on a bunch of things. Their lives and academic careers would be destroyed systematically. And so with that sword of Damocles hanging over everyone, it took a long time for anyone to find the strength to come forward, which in my opinion made Sarah an exceptionally courageous young woman. There were literally pages and pages describing the dark underbelly of the replica village, And only once she'd really set the scene did Sarah get into what happened to Tom. According to her, he'd taken a true exception to the way some of the villagers were treating their their lives and academic careers would be destroyed. Systematic, so with that. Oh. Is the analogy of the sword of Damocles, does that fit this story at all? For some reason, I'm trying to think, like, is it like one of those things where it's like one wrong move and you're going to lose your life of lavish, whatever the fuck? There's late pages and pages for grabbing the door. Alright, sorry. I'm yapping too much. There were literally pages and pages describing the dark underbelly of the replica village, and only once she'd really set the scene did Sarah get into what happened to Tom. According to her, he'd taken a real exception to the way some of the villagers were treating their wives, to the point an argument with a village elder had come to blows. The elder punched Tom punched him back, but then instead of rolling around on the floor like they were in a drunken street brawl, the other male villagers jumped Tom, beat him until he was barely conscious, and then locked him in the village jail for a few days of prayer and reflection, but without any food or water. Sarah said it was the standard procedure for anyone who threatened to blow the whistle, and that each and every time the experience broke them. But by broke them, Sarah didn't mean that they were simply starved into submission, because if that was the case, people would just fake being well again, scoff at a bowl of stew, scoff a bowl of, maybe a scarf down. Scarf. I don't know. Scoff seems weird there unless it means something else. Whatever. Because if that was the case, people would just fake being well again, scarf down a bowl of stew, and then leg it back to the groundskeeper's hut to grab their phone and call the police. But that's not how the village did things. They were smart about it. They had people sit there outside your holding cell, praying for you constantly, and then anyone who unlocked the door to give them food would say things like, "We're praying for you. We can't wait for you to come back to us. We miss you so much." Things like that. It was brainwashing, pure and simple, but from that point on, everything became so horribly clear. Tom was probably the most independent-minded person I'd ever known, or as my dad sometimes called him, a right stubborn bastard is that boy. And if he set his mind on something, it wasn't often that he didn't get it or it didn't happen, which is why I didn't doubt him for a second when he mentioned doing something mental like living in the 14th century for a month and a half. If he decided he was going to do it, Tom got it done. So when Sarah wrote that after 3 days with no food or water, Tom seemed Where'd El Gusto go? I thought we were having a debate. A debate of the minds. The Sword of Epstein would make more sense, yes. You should play Exit 8, Joel. Had you heard of that game? I want to see the movie soon. No, what's that about? Do the streams mess up your sleep schedule? You always burn the midnight oil? I mean, I got it pretty normal. Like, I'll go to bed after this and probably sleep till, like, what? Like, 9 or something, I guess. 8 or 9. As long as I sleep. Oh, but I don't have like a workout scheduled for Mondays, so I should be free to just do whatever, edit this shit. If he decided he was going to do it, Tom got it done. So when Sarah wrote that after I'm here, am I muted? Oh yeah, did someone, I don't think anybody muted him. Unless you said something that like didn't go through, I mean, that's weird. But yeah, after the, sorry, I was still waiting for the previous discussion we were having there. So maybe you can try again. I don't know if there was check if there's like a word in there that maybe like was controversial that YouTube just like wouldn't show. It's a nominally spotting game in a Japanese subway. Oh, that's like a I Spy type thing. If he decided he was going to do it, Tom got it done. So when Sarah wrote that after 3 days with no food and water, Tom seemed a changed man, I thought, yeah, seemed being the operative word here. I knew in my heart of hearts, having known him for 17 years of my life, that he'd be broken by any such treatment. And so when Sarah said that she believed he'd been killed to keep him quiet, that he hadn't slipped on that hunt. The hunt. Is this your job or do you have a job outside? No, this is my full-time job doing YouTube podcast. What's up, Blueberry? How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, there's Fry too. What's up, Fry? Did I already say hi? So when Sarah said that she believed he'd been killed to keep him quiet, and that he hadn't slipped on that hunt that evening, he'd been pushed, I believed it. He was so strong-headed that he couldn't even pretend. Like the time Mom and Dad dragged him to a panto, and what's a panto? I Spy, but if you miss an anomaly, something spooky happens. If you spot all the anomalies, you escape. Oh, okay. Is that something Markiplier is going to play? A game with a jump scare, one I can scream. Whoa! I still have to see his movie, the one where he goes underneath the water. That's what it's called, Underneath the Water movie. I guess it's all blood, right? That's amazing. I'd love to do something like that. Yeah, you know, nothing happens if nothing happens, right? So it's like if you want to make something happen in your life, you got to do it, you know, whether it's getting in shape or starting a YouTube channel. It's like you just got to pick a day and a direction and just go, and then just learn as you go. Better late than never. Any stories left? Yeah, we're almost done with the last one here. Yeah, that Titan submarine movie. It seemed interesting. I mean, I don't know anything about the game. Just sleep till noon Monday and Thursday. I mean, I have my workouts at 9 a.m. on Thursdays. I just don't have anything on. Markiplier has Charlie Kirk eyes? What does it even mean? Let's see. Charlie Kirk. And then you got the eyes. Okay, so they're kind of closer set. A little deeper set. And then Markiplier. Oh, okay, like the close. Oh, I see. It's like a similar head shape with a closer set. That makes sense. They don't look bad or anything, but yeah, I see what you mean. He was so strong-headed that he couldn't even pretend. Like the time Mom and Dad dragged him to a panto when I was 8, and he was so angry he refused to crack a smile, even when the bloke playing Rumpelstiltskin all but begged him to. And so it made total sense that after however long pretending he was one of them, as it were, the mask slipped and he made his feelings plain. Sarah said that she thought Tom was caught unawares, that the hunting trip itself might have been a ruse to get him somewhere his killers could fake his accidental death. But I saw it differently. I saw Tom snapping, unable to keep his mouth shut any longer, And then after either slagging off the village, saying he was going to the police, or a scathing combination of the two, I think someone pushed him, and that's how he died. It wasn't some tragic accident. They weren't sorry for our loss. They killed him. Jasmine Harvey, welcome to the Butterscotch. You now have access to bonus content. I mentioned below and then said brains and then out, and I think YouTube censored that it was pertaining to bear. Okay, that makes sense. So I don't know if you had okay, so getting back, what was like the contentious point that I had that you felt I was like stubbornly holding on to? Because like I said, the second viewing of the movie, I had a different interpretation of Bear's internal dialogue, of which we don't fully get, right? But if there was something that you found disagreeable, I'm always open to discuss and analyze. I've been analyzing myself so much lately. It wasn't some tragic accident. They weren't sorry for our loss. They killed him. My brother was murdered. At least that's what this Sarah person wants us to believe, but I don't even know if I want what she's saying to be true. It might sound horrible, but having Tom's death dragged up like this has been such a mix of emotions. Like I thought I finally had a lid on my grief, and that after putting all that trauma behind me, I'd be left only with my happy memories. And then that email came out of the blue, and it was like a bomb was dropped on us. I want to believe that Sarah girl... Sarah... I don't know what the topic is specifically, but take it from a supremely stubborn person, you're stubborn. Well, I disagree, honestly, that I'm stubborn. And I will die on that hill that I'm not stubborn. I don't think you're stubborn either, Matt. I mean, we all have our presuppositions, per se, right? Things that we sort of loosely tie with, like, maybe our identity, and we don't want to, like, fracture said identities. But at the same time, it's like having that ego death is good because it helps us evolve. And I don't mind having, like, micro ego deaths when talking about a dumb fucking movie. I was going to say you changed your mind on the situation, but then later you seemed like instinctually you wanted to defend parts of your old take out of stubbornness, like because people argue against the idea. I want to argue against it. Okay, so yeah, I guess I was arguing against my reinterpretation, but that's what I'm saying. Like after watching the movie, and it just seems like well, I still don't fully understand your point, honestly, because it sounds like the thing that I changed was whenever it seemed like he was aware of her possessedness by the cursed object, the voodoo object, or whatever it is, right? And so therefore, whenever he had those flashbacks, and then the friend telling him, and then like when she was like, that's not a problem, is it? After like freaking out and doing all this stuff, and him having the realization, he then cuts to him having like sort of that really uncomfortable, non-consensual sort of sex scene of sorts, But I don't think anything I've said after that was stubbornly trying to go back on that. I don't know. I feel like you need to be more specific with me. Otherwise, it's so fucking hard to interpret people's brains just from a few things. I mean, you changed, but part of you still doesn't like being told you were wrong, even if you actually did change your mind. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Part of me doesn't like being wrong. Yeah, I guess that's fair. That's definitely fair, I would say. And that's what's so strange about the character writing in that movie, is that it just seems like it, I don't know, there's something about it that's not like wildly consistent among, in how the characters are like presented. It's, if that makes any sense. I'm not even sure. What am I even trying to argue here? I don't really think anything. But whenever I saw it, the part where he has like the flashback in his head to the realization in the restaurant, I have no issue with that. I have no issue with being like, oh, I didn't fucking see that. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't, nobody really likes being wrong in most capacities, but I would consider myself one who's open to being wrong and not, because I mean, even right now, I don't think I'm like actively like frothing at the mouth, like trying to defend a previous perspective. Anyways, all this conversation has just been one long fucking sponsored. Now you guys gotta see the movie. You gotta go give Blumhouse $100 million more. I want to believe this Sarah girl is for real, and that she's finally seen sense and done the right thing. But if this place really does make people go mad and turn into the most paranoid, superstitious, and hateful versions of themselves, then how do I know she's not making it up just to spite the village? Dad already emailed Sarah back asking if she's willing to talk over the phone or even meet in person so we can organize reporting what she told us to the police. She says she knows of countless other crimes that had been committed to the village. No, you're definitely non-confrontational about being wrong. I just mean the human knee-jerk reaction to being challenged or questioned is defending one's original point. Yes, so we're all on the same page there. I would definitely say, yeah, there's like, you get hit with that and you're like, wait a second. Who are you? She says she knows of countless other crimes that have been committed in the village, from common assaults to much more serious incidents of violation, and if that's true, then we might not even need to prove that they killed Tom in order to get some degree of justice. We're literally just waiting for her to reply, but it's been almost a week since we sent the email and we've heard nothing back from her. I suppose if she does get back to us, I'll write a follow-up just to let everyone know what happened. But if not, then I don't know what I'll do, because it means someone decided to basically torture me using the death of my own brother. And I hate living in a world where people like that might exist. And I hate living in a world where people like that exist. Joel's a Gemini. He's not going to take what you say as fact just because you say it. That's all. No ego about it. Just provide details or else it comes off as forcing your mindset. No, that's the only reason I saw the movie twice was because I was like, we all have our biases, right? But I was like, everyone is going fucking nutty-buddy about this fucking film. It's painting him out to be like some absolute insane rapist. But my initial interpretation of the movie was like, he was just like, what the fuck? Oh, I guess she likes me. And then, is she on drugs? Because he's like so taken aback. And I better not do anything. And then it was like, damn, she does really like me. Oh, this is kind of fucking weird, but I'm too much of a pussy to like get the fuck out of here, you know what I mean? And the fact that I genuinely probably through a degree of stubbornness, wanted to watch the movie again just to like pinpoint the exact part where either I was wrong or, you know, something clearly fucking was very abstract about everyone else's interpretation. And yeah, I was wrong by whenever I saw him telling him about the cancer thing. Oh my god, you know what? Obsession fucking sucks. It's the worst movie ever. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Just kidding, guys. I hope every creepypasta ever written gets made into a fucking $1 trillion gross movie in its opening weekend. Guys, that was the last story too. So we are Gucci. Let's get the fuck out of here. I encouraged my sister to become a funeral director. She was Canada's youngest apprentice at 16. That's cool. I did think it was funny though, because they like I don't even know, just the way they presented her character too. It was like she like, anybody got $20? And she runs over to a homeless guy to give him $20. But like just the symbolism of that scene by itself was interesting, because it's like, I'm going to take somebody else's $20, which was Sarah's in the movie, the girl that actually like liked Bear or whatever, and then I'm going to give it to a homeless guy to like appear like, and then you know, what's his name, Bear was like, wow, she's so nice. But it was Sarah's money, so technically Sarah was the good one. And then even Sarah was like, well, I guess we're funding somebody's heroin for the weekend or something like that, heroin binge. And I don't even know, it was just like a really funny sort of scene where there's like quite a few different dynamics occurring there. See, I think a lot of the contention comes from the distinct differences in perspective. Those most women saw the movie and immediately clocked the covert nature of the loss of autonomy. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially if that's something that they have experienced or something that they're fearful of. Obviously, horror movies like bring about your internal fears the most, right? Sitsitar, thank you for the gifter. To Angel Bryant, welcome, Angel. Alright guys, can you think of something funny for me to say at the end of this? Hey friends. Dude, my voice. Actually, it's not that fucked. It's pretty good. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on... What the fuck am I saying? I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links are in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, don't eat yellow. Keep your car's extended warranty active. Enjoy your spooky doogies, everyone. Have a nice night. Enjoy your spooky doogies. Congratulations to the Swifts. Pat, that's the greatest one you've ever come up with. Let's go. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, congratulations to the Swifts. Okay. It'd be so fucking funny if Travis Kelce... Did Travis Kelce take... I can't even spell his goddamn name. Take Taylor Swift's last name? Yes, Travis Kelce did take Taylor Swift's last name, and he will be wearing a tutu for the remaining of their... They just earned $15.3 million, really? The Swifties will be arriving swiftly. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. That was 4.5 hours of yambling, bambling. But I appreciate you guys being here for it. I'm going to get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. There's also the $5 tier for bonus content, as well as some of my movie reviews with friends you can check out. We're going to be recording another movie review for Jacob's Ladder. And, yeah, I watched that this past weekend. Did I watch it? Yeah, or I don't know when I watched Jacob's Ladder, but I did watch it. It was interesting. I don't really think it's a horror movie, but, you know, it is what it is, and we're going to do a review of it and get it up probably by Tuesday. Yeah, we're going to... Okay, anyways, yeah, we'll get that up, and then the YouTube video will be up. Jacob's bowling. Jacob's bowling ladder. Yeah, then get this up on YouTube tomorrow, or today rather, 9 p.m. EST. Please watch it right when it comes out. It really helps. The past videos have really been popping off, so thank you for checking that out. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Gonna do a review on Obsession. I did do a review on Obsession the week that it, that was our second episode. I don't even know. I think that was before I even saw it was like a really contentious, like, argued movie. So I think it was kind of good to go into it not like fired up about talking about it or whatever. If you Google that phrase, you might get flashes because it's all the name of the dick piercing. Oh, the Jacob's Ladder. I thought you were going to say Dan Flashes. If you Google it, you're just going to get Dan Flashes, and all of the shirts are so expensive because of how flashy they are. The complex patterns. All right. Goodbye, guys. Love you. Appreciate you. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live over there on my story. Much love from Ireland. Hello, hello. Adios, friends. Peace out.